All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good to see you all here for some big news and big announcements in the real-time strategy genre world. Yes, Slytherin has a big O event going on known as HOW Live. We're going to take a look at that right now. And here's a list of everything coming up. We're jumping in a little late, but they're still live, and so we'll be going through everything from the beginning. And we'll take a look at all the new games that are being announced. Some big stuff coming up that we've been excited for a very long time, including more stuff on Broken Arrow and some more surprise announcements of games that I know that are coming up, but you guys probably haven't heard of before. There's a few secret titles that they're going to drop in today's stream that I'm excited for. Some good RTS stuff, so it's going to be very nice. So good to see you all here. Thanks for all the ones in chat. We're starting way earlier than usual. We're out of our normal schedule, so I'm sure it'll throw everyone off. But if you have any questions, make sure that you read the pinned message to the top and also in the description, as today's stream is sponsored by the lovely people at Slytherin. All right. It's known as How Live Plus. which is home of Wargamers 2021, as you see in the lower left corner. All right, good to see you all here. Thanks again for tuning in. Let's go ahead and jump in and see what they're up to. And we're going to see some quote-unquote live announcements. We'll be a little behind the schedule, but they're still live, so it should be pretty cool. So we'll sit through everything here. If you haven't heard about it before, Broken Arrow is kind of like a post-Cold War, maybe Cold War. I'm still trying to look into information about it, but and if you've seen also Starship Troopers on the channel before, there's going to be news on all that stuff. So Starship Troopers, Broken Arrow, those are two I'm looking forward to. They're also making a new Stargate game, which I have no idea how that's going to work. Stargate's cool. I definitely watched a lot of Stargate, but didn't know that they could actually make a game out of that. So it'll be starting soon in just a few moments. So yeah, good to see you all here this morning. Yeah, good to see all the ones in chat as well. Does anyone have an arrow I can borrow? Oh, I'm sorry, all my arrows are broken. Broken Arrow available 2022. I think these are going to be big games on the channel though. Starship Troopers has been huge on the channel. Broken Arrow has been huge on the channel. And I'm also looking forward to doing some more Warhammer games, although they do more RTS type games. Warhammer's alive and kicking, man. Yeah, I do hope Broken Arrow will be the most realistic RTS game. I completely agree. There's a lot of naval combat in that one. Broken Arrow is basically, think of like Wargame Red Dragon plus. Like this is made from a different dev, but it looks kind of like the same thing, but all we've mostly seen is cutscenes. So today we'll see some gameplay. I've already seen some of this stuff. They've already sent me some of the juicy tidbits. But today everything will be announced, and I'll put up a little trailer on the video on the channel later. So there's some good stuff coming soon. Some stuff I know Jerry is going to absolutely love, and I really hope that some more people get into RTSs. RTSs are just severely underrated, but it's nice to see that they're making a new. You know, like there's new Company Heroes coming out soon. There's new World War II games coming out soon. New World War I games coming out soon. And I don't mean from this company, but just in general in the RTS sphere, we got a lot of cool stuff going on. So quite excited indeed. Warhammer is a beautiful series, so much depth. I agree, dude. There's so much content in Warhammer that they literally have like completely different companies working on completely different genres. Like we have everything from first-person shooters, third-person shooters, real-time strategy games. I'm surprised they don't even have a tabletop game. Warhammer should probably make a tabletop game. That's how popular it is. Don't you think, guys? Would you like to know more? Yeah. Dude, that Starship Troopers game is looking pretty good. But if you don't know Slytherin, they're the company that you may have seen a few times before on the channel. Slytherin makes... there's kind of some... like, it feels like an older style game. We've played a game called... I forget exactly what it was called. Cold War Tactics. But they make, like, Grav Team Tactics and that type of... They make an incredible amount of games. Some of which are, like... could run on, like, a Windows 95 machine. Like, they look clunky. But it's not necessarily about the polish. They kind of make games that are just like, listen... We're going to make games for people who know how to play war games. And it's pretty cool. So I'm happy to see that. But then there's other polished games too. Like I would consider, I would probably consider the Warhammer game, the Starship Troopers game to probably be their better polished games, and that's because those games are probably a little bit more. Those games are probably a little bit more popular, and so thus there's like a precedence to kind of like step up and make those a little bit better. What game do I most wait for as an RTS game? Well, I've definitely been looking for this Broken Arrow game for a long time. Today we'll be seeing gameplay footage for Broken Arrow, and I'll drop a video later on the channel. Most people will probably see the juicy trailer that will drop, but there's probably 4 big games that I know of. While we wait, I'm going to jump back and show you guys the schedule here. So from these guys, we've got... let me bring that back up. We've got... So a few games that I've never heard of, like Distant Worlds 2. I don't think I've played that one, but that sounds like it could be a good space RTS. Then we have Starship Troopers Terran Command, which will hopefully be coming out next year. And then we have Francisco. Oh, there's a lounge event, so maybe taking questions? Then there'll be a DLC announcements for Panzer Corps 2, Field of Glory 2, and Valor and Victory. So those are a lot of those top-down, probably turn-based, World War I, World War II maybe. You know, like if you like Hearts of Iron, although those could be more hexagon-like. And then there's a major update to Warhammer 40k Battle Sector, or just 40,000 Battle Sector. And that is a game we've taken a look at before on the channel too. That's kind of like an XCOM style game for Warhammer. And then Flashpoint Campaign, is that Operation Flashpoint? I don't even know what that is. Then there's going to be new unannounced projects, so we'll be taking a look at some new stuff that'll be jumping in shortly, and then a whole recap a little bit. And then there's going to be some secret stuff coming towards the end. There's a few things coming that I know that are in there that they don't have on the list that are coming. So we'll find those out together when they do that. So that'll be exciting. All right, good times. The Starship Trooper first movie was legendary. Absolutely, it's such a good iconic movie. That's for sure. Hey, good evening from the Philippines, but I'm Icelandic. I really am a big fan of a question about City Skylines. What am I excited for the new airport DLC? That'll be cool. I'm down to definitely play that. Yep, I think that'll be really good. Good to see Morgan in the chat as well. Very good to see you as well. Oh, yeah, I don't know much about that. Oh, here we go. We're down to less than 5 minutes then. Well, check this out. Through the power of being a little late to the stream, we can skip all that and save everybody a little bit of time. Let's go. Yay! We're just a little late. It's still live, though, so we're still good. It's just a little late. It's still good. It's still good.
Welcome to Home of Wargamers Live 2021 Winter Edition. This is the second Home of Wargamers event we're running this year, and
they do 2 a year.
We're so proud that we are able to do these events for the community. This is a little corner.
That is a very nice tie.
Of a little cozy corner, Christmas corner that we are going to come back quite often today. Although everything will happen in the main stage, and we're going to there in a moment. This is a little corner that we created to interact with the community and make sure that we keep a constant contact with our
This YouTuber is out of... Oh, my bad.
And this is also a way of keeping in mind for us that this show is for you, out there watching, playing our games and so on. Too many publishers these days, too many companies these days in general are kind of distancing themselves from the communities. Because,
really?
It's harder. It's getting harder to interact with players, with fans.
That's true. That is very true.
Players, they play your games, they become fans of your games. And, fans become very vocal sometimes, and, vocal in the internet today means... or can mean, being turbulent or noisy and very hard to manage. But we are kind of lucky in a sense because we managed to, over the last, over 20 years of hard work, managed to keep a relationship with our players that is, still vital and positive. And, I remember when we started working on both Matrix and Slytherin, really, 20 years ago. They are similarly aged. They started in 2000, and when we started the companies, we were making games. We were like fans of strategy games. The McNeils and Eric Rutins back in the US. Fans of strategy games, trying to make games they loved, and to make games they loved, but also, games that sell copies. They asked the help of their friends,
True.
People that worked, that played, who played strategy games with them. And, asking their feedback as friends, was effectively the start of a community. We started a community in a way that you start, a little, cozy dinner or, a play of board game with your friends. And these friends, some of these friends are still with us today. They are the founding fathers of our community. And I find it amazing that, after 20 plus years, they still give feedback to our, some of our products. I find it amazing that in the same way that we have, completely new people we manage to interact with these days. Mostly people that are connected to the games that we just announced. Because every time we announce a game, there's a new following coming with that.
That's true.
You know, it's Starship Troopers, it's Broken Arrow, it's Stargate. You know, I've got
He's
a lot of new
those are
people
my games. He's mentioning
following
my
that
games.
new game, and we managed to keep them with us. And
Wow,
make
that's a
them
real
part
fire,
of our
bro.
community.
That's a real
And,
fire.
So really, you know, this show we're doing is for you. It's going to be 4 hours, you know, jam-packed with announcements, reveals, stuff that you've never seen before, and you know, maybe things that you will, you know, follow as fans from now on. And if you're new to us, if you're new to Slytherin, I am Marco Minoli. I'm the CMO of the company.
The one and only.
This is our agenda for today. Let's take a look at what is ahead of us in the next 4 hours.
Wow.
So after this, we are going to have a little chat with Ian McNeil, CEO of Slytherin. We are going to have some information about Distant Worlds. And then we'll have a block of announcements that are linked to either stuff that we have already announced or we have been talking about for a long time. Starship Troopers, stuff that is already out, Panzer Corps 2, Fever Glory 2, Valor and Victory, and Battle Sector. This block of content will be mainly dealt by connecting with the producers in Epsom, and we will be having them to discuss, you know, what are the new stuff that we have on board for these products. After that, we have the first moment of reveal that is dedicated to one of our, you know, key war games, you know, a franchise that we've been working with for probably 15 years now, Flashpoint Campaigns.
Okay.
At 3:30. And then we start at 4 p.m. We'll start with the new unannounced project. All these times you see our GMT, of course. The unannounced projects are games that we have never talked about, things that you have never seen. Then we are going back to
I've seen them. I know what's coming. There's big stuff coming.
So we'll show you Stargate.
Oh, there's big games coming.
Ever. You will see the gameplay. We'll go through a lot of details about the game. Then we'll have Broken Arrow. Again, luckily, this time with the developer from Steel Balalaika coming on board live on stage. And then we'll have a little bit more after that, and you definitely want to check out what is coming after that. And then we'll finish the broadcast at around 6:15 p.m. We have a very, very tight schedule. I've already used 7 of my 10 minutes to start with, so I'll press on to say, you know, if I was to, you know, find a common thread of content that would link everything we are doing today, is, of course, I keep repeating during tea time, one mantra we have in a company is trying to grow our audience. We have been doing that for 20 years, as I said. You know, we've grown our audience over time in a
20 years is a long time for video games. It's a long time.
Sustainable way. So, what are we doing next to grow our audience? We've done a lot. We've done consoles. We've done, you know, more mainstream games. We've done IPs. There's a lot we've done over the years. But
oh my God, they're going to do next? VR games.
But I would say that there's 2 elements that are a common thread of some of the projects we are going through today. First of all, we're massively going to RTS games. So, well, of course, you know,
I love those.
Is broad, is vast. You know, we already have games that run in real time, like Close Combat, like Distant Worlds, for instance.
Ooh.
But you know, we're trying to sort of tackle that subject, that genre, in a different way now with more games, and you'll see that we have a very specific view on how to do that. So I hope that you'll notice this in particular, and also the other thing is, well, you know, over the years, we've never sort of tackled the subject of trying to tell a story. It's a difficult one. It's hard if you play hardcore war games, you know, you're not really trying to go to narration. It's not something that you try and do very often. But when you approach different subjects and try and, you know, tackle different genre, you know, especially when you attach to your games to specific IPs like Starship Troopers or Stargate, for instance, well, the thing you do is you
much
are
more narrative
bound
in those.
to tell a story.
Yep.
You try and get this narration embedded into a game. And doing that with strategy games, we found out it's not as easy as one could think.
Nope.
So you will see that in some of the announcements today, there is a lot of storytelling. And this storytelling is as important to us as it is as part of the growth of the company, not only as, as an institution, but, as for us in terms of connecting the development and the marketing and the sales and the production. It's how do we manage that? It's a completely different world for us, and you will see how we're trying to do it. We found a way. Hopefully found our way to do it, and I really hope that you will appreciate what we're trying to do in this regards. So this is the two things that we are trying to convey to you today, but there's a lot more. So before we go to that, I wanted to sort of quickly connect to with Epsom, where Ian McNeil, our CEO, is waiting. Sitting there, there's a Christmas tree there as well, I think. Yes, hello Ian.
Hello Marco, hello everyone.
Again,
the budget for our tree wasn't the same as the budget for the Italian tree by the look of things.
Yeah, but we pushed the red a little bit further. You're like multicolored, I think it's...
Yeah, and I was told that I had to wear a Christmas top, so I'm coming as Santa Claus, and you seem to be wearing a normal shirt, so I feel cheated.
That's me. Don't worry. It's that's my character. I didn't actually notice these were Santas, but that's very bold of you, I have to say. Ian, it's been a tremendous year. We've gone through so much. We were talking with
the Slytherin logo on the fireplace is cool.
The event last year was very hard to organize, but this one is even harder. And I thought, it wasn't last year; it was 6 months ago. So it's there's been a lot happening over the last 12 months.
True.
Can you tell us, if you're happy with what happened, and what were the highlights for you in this 2021?
Yeah, it's been a great year, but it's just been a blur. There's been so much happening. Like you say, you think back 6 months and think that was 2-3 years ago, and you realize all the things that have happened in the last 12 months. So from a sales point of view, since 2017, our sales have doubled. We're doing 100% more a year than back in 2017, and that's a fairly steady growth.
That's pretty damn good.
We sold 2 million games last year, which is an enormous number for a specialist strategy games publisher like we are.
That's true. Damn.
And on the professional side, where we're doing increasingly more work on the defense side with simulations, that's grown 1,700% in the same period. And now it makes up 25% of our turnover compared to the commercial games. And we have 2,000 users across 100 different organizations. So that's growing fast. We also had a couple of big conferences. We ran a conference.
You think there's a bear in that tree, Chad?
Like ages ago. Over with the US Marine Corps headquarters in Quantico, training them and a lot of US defense staff in the use of command. And just got back from ITSEC, a big training simulation conference over in the US.
Wow.
And the interest levels are enormous.
They make military software too. That's cool.
33% in the last year. So we're up to 60 full-time people. And we're transitioning from that kind of small to medium-sized business and all the fun and games that comes with that. We've got massive announcements. So we've had all the franchises that have already been talked about. So Stargate, Broken Arrow, Scramble. We've got the Masters of Magic franchise 2. And that's all the stuff that was announced at the previous event. And then we've got all the new announcements that are coming up today. We had our biggest release of the year. Sorry, the biggest release ever this year. So Battle Sector released on PC, Xbox, PlayStation. And it released on Steam, our site, GOG, the Windows Store altogether, and also came into Game Pass. And it meant something like 11 different builds being ready at one time. And every time we do a patch now for that game, there's 11 builds going out. So the logistics that become a part of that, everything just gets much more complicated. And then a lot of community building activities too. So we've been increasingly running tournaments, building up all those services to build that community that Marco was talking about. Back in 2019, we only had one game that had our integrated tournament system in. And we ran 6 tournaments across the year. In 2021, we've already run 25 tournaments across 10 different games, and we're looking to expand that out into the future. So there's so much going on.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
That's just a tiny kind of snapshot and just the highlights. But there's a lot more we could go into. But I know Marco's on a schedule, so we probably should leave it at that.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're doing this event today. Yesterday,
What's up, Camel?
Phil Spencer at Microsoft Xbox announced or said that strategy gaming is instrumental to the growth of the Microsoft platforms. And I find it just amusing that we're doing a strategy gaming only event on day after. So a lot of interesting bits and pieces that we are feeding back to Microsoft for today. So I hope that they're watching. You were mentioning that the company grew significantly during the pandemic. Of course, this is on the back of the fact that the number of copies sold during the pandemic.
A lot of people were gaming.
Gaming company has
a lot of people were gaming,
growing. But we've decided to sort of grow in a specific direction. So growing the company, growing the number of projects. So can you tell us what were the pros and cons of growing so much during the pandemic?
Well, we're quite well set up for the pandemic, to be honest, because the company, even before the pandemic, around 60-70% of the staff were already working remotely.
Ooh.
Only around 30 to 40% of the staff have ever come into an office. We have main offices are in Milan and Epsom in the UK, and there's some smaller offices scattered around, but we've got people scattered all over the world in every time zone. And so we've been used to all that remote working. So that meant that we were kind of ready for when the pandemic hit. Growing so quickly during the pandemic has been complicated. I mean, just growing in general is complicated. Adding a third of your staff in 1 year is a big deal. When you're doing tasks that people understand and they're familiar with, then those kind of things work quite well remotely. And they can actually be even more efficient working remotely when you've got experienced people doing things they're familiar with. Where the pandemic starts to hurt you is when you've got trying to onboard people, training people, onboarding, and building those relationships, all those kind of conversations that happen outside of kind of the core work in the kitchen or as we get together, because we used to gather together every 2 to 3 months. We would try and bring people together to have those face-to-face meetings. Obviously, we haven't been able to do those, and we're really suffering on the kind of integrating the new members of the staff into the team because of that. And then you've got all the complexities of growing from that small to medium-sized business. Things that used to work and processes that used to work when you're a certain size no longer work. So we're having to integrate, establish more structures in the management. And so we're having to have layers of management and things we didn't have before. We're having to...
His shirt has little Santa Clauses on them.
We're going to be looking to recruit
this guy is smart, by the way.
HR staff after Christmas.
That guy's a big brain.
We've also got issues of communication.
He's very intelligent.
Teams and
very competent.
Information can be shared relatively easily. You don't have to worry about it too much. And the core vision and the core company values just are naturally shared between people. As you start to get bigger, we have to start going out of our way to really make clear to people what is the company culture, what is the company vision, where are we going? And we need to do more work on that in the new year to kind of bring everyone along with us, because it's a really exciting time and we've got a great team and we want to bring them with us because we're trying to expand and we want to make sure we bring everyone with us as well as add new people to the team. So yeah. It's complicated.
It is very complicated. It is, I have to say that, we've got the luxury of working with people that are, kind of flexible enough to follow us in this very hard journey. So big shout out to the team, everyone in the team.
It's not been an easy time,
now.
Especially to make games.
Funnily enough,
very
this is
challenging.
one of the opportunities they have as well, to see new things that we've got on board. What gets you more excited, Ian? What is it that you look forward and you think, wow, this is really cool. This is going to be great.
There's a lot to look forwards to. Events like this are great. All of the announcements we're making now are really exciting. There's all these things we've been wanting to talk to people about and tell people about, and we're going to get the opportunity to start talking about them soon. I don't want to break any of your news by saying them yet. You mentioned it before, but we're focusing on making bigger games. So the audiences we're reaching and the kind of the milestones we're hitting with the new releases that we have coming through.
It's going to be big.
The quality bar is higher, the team sizes are larger, and we're just being much more kind of adventurous in what we do. We're looking to take more games to console. So in that kind of audience growing and broadening our audience and bringing new gamers into the to kind of the community. We're looking to take to console, so a lot of PlayStation and Xbox, but also other things we're working on. And as part of that, narrative becomes increasingly important as we start to reach a wider market. People aren't just looking for mechanics, they're looking for a whole world and a story and an experience to play through. And story becomes increasingly important to try and reach outside of that niche market that we're in. So there's a lot of work going into that. And also, like you said, the real-time strategy on the PC, there's some really big real-time strategy games we're working on. So more about some of that later. But having said all that, all this focus on growing the market, we also want to make sure that we don't leave our core market behind. So the really hardcore players, the guys that like those detailed Matrix style war games, we're investing a lot in making sure we're building kind of systems and teams to be able to bring them more content. So there's a lot of big projects underway on that side as well. And there's also some really interesting simulation games, detailed simulation. One of those we're going to be talking about later. Be announcing that.
I know what it is. Oh, I think I know what it is.
It's something I'm excited about.
Oh, I'm excited though.
I'm excited about seeing where we get to. It's going to be painful and difficult going through all the changes that we need to go from that small to medium-sized company. But I'm really excited to see where we end up in the next 12 to 18 months and what the company looks like and what direction we get to after that. And there's also all the technical upgrades. So we're doing a lot of work on things like new forums, new play-by-email mechanics for our multiplayer systems, new tournament modes, tournament systems, all those kinds of features. There's a lot of work going into those to build that community, give people the kind of systems and platforms they want to play with and engage in, and hopefully keep people playing the games for longer. And obviously, we're also looking forward to the end of the pandemic so we can actually start to get together more often.
Well,
we were supposed to be over there in Italy
we'll see about that.
And yesterday to get ready for this event, and it's really disappointing we can't come.
Yeah.
We have our Christmas party on Thursday, and people were flying in from all over, but they've all had to cancel as well.
Oh.
So it's just really sad that we haven't been able to see the team. And so really looking forward to being able to do more of that.
Big Sag.
Yeah, that's indeed the truth. We are of course, doing what we can. We're doing everything we can to grow the company and to release more games and bigger games and so on. We'll do what we can for the pandemic. Of course, we do our part. But before we do our part in another way, and talking about the Starship Troopers, I have to move to the main stage. Thank you for joining us, Ian. I hope that you will be able to join us towards the end of the event to wrap it up together and see,
absolutely,
comment all the stuff that we have announced that you haven't seen yet. Whilst I move to the main stage, we've got a little bit of an announcement to make to our community.
What's it going to be?
I've got a video for you, and whilst the video is running, I'll be moving up to the main stage. I'll see you in a second.
Starship Troopers. Oh, world premiere. Oh, this is Distant Worlds 2, I think. Poglad, what is this? Oh, I got goosebumps. Ooh, a teaser. March 10th, 2022 for Distance World 2.
March 10th, 2022. We've got a release date for Distant Worlds. This is great. I was looking forward to announcing a date for Distant Worlds for the last 4 years at least. This game has been in development for now something like 5 or 6 years.
5 or 6
this was
years?
our first
Wow.
Steam game, so I'm super excited that we've managed to finally announce the date. It's 2022 March the 10th. So our big Q1 release, and not our only big event.
I'm not familiar with that one.
For Q1. I am looking forward to that. So mark that on your diaries. And this is the first announcement of the day, of the first of many announcements. I will be sitting on this stool here for quite a long time today. So forgive me if I move a little bit. It's going to be a long day for me, for everyone, and but very exciting as well. So the first thing I want to do now is connect back to Epsom, where hopefully David Sharrock has had the time to sit down on Ian's chair and joining us for the first block of this event. David?
Marco.
You're not wearing a Christmas shirt.
I got your memo.
That's
Look,
good.
lovely green blue shirts.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's great. So there's two memos probably. You know, one that you got and the one that somebody else has got. So let's see what other members.
The good people's memo.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for joining us, David. You were supposed to be here in Italy. Of course, you didn't make it because not because of you, but you're coming for the Eurovision. So right. So you're soon going to be in Italy in what is it, May, right?
Yes. If they haven't fixed COVID by May, we riot.
Okay.
Distant Worlds 2 is a 4X space game that looks pretty nice, actually.
To talk about.
I've not heard of that before.
Some games. Good. Actually, you were the last one to come to Italy before the pandemic started because you were here for the launch of Panzercore.
Yes, just before the pandemic started. There's no link, though. It's fine.
It's fine. It's totally fine. David, Starship Troopers, right? So we have been talking about this game for quite a long time, we have. I think it was announced a couple of years ago officially around this time, and but we back then were already working on the game for a long time. This game has built so many expectations and has built so much anticipation that we absolutely want to get it right. So where are we now? You know, what is the current status of things?
I'm at home.
So, Mark, where are we? So, the game is in closed beta. It has been for a few months now.
It is? Invite me to the closed beta. What the hell?
We had the Steam Next Fest demo. We came out, God, it feels like yesterday. It was months ago. I'm suffering from the same time lag as Ian. But that was a fantastic thing. It was I think one of the biggest downloaded demos on Steam Next Fest, possibly the largest strategy game.
Yeah, the gecko is their logo,
and
Slytherin.
Taught us so much about people's expectations, people's findings of playing the game, that along with our closed beta testers, we're really taking on board not just the criticisms people had, but also the kind of the
I'm a Christmas ornament chat over here. I'm hanging out on the tree.
Because it's Starship Troopers is an RTS, but it's not a traditional Command and Conquer RTS, and it's really good to have such good, authentic responses from the community that it's a fun game, and we know it's a fun game. We're really looking to.
I agree. I enjoyed the demo.
Well, one of the things that we want to sort of take the opportunity that we have more time to talk about the game, and because we want to sort of give a look at something that is not often covered in explaining what's happening when developing a game, and that's music. So we've got an interesting video to show now. Can you tell us a bit more about it before we watch it?
Yes, so as I said, music is, as someone who used to lecture at a music college, it's a much overlooked part of games that is really important. Starship Troopers is not so much is an IP, it's an aesthetic, and people kind of forget that music and sound effects make up a large part of that. So what we're going to see today is a video that the music composer for Starship Troopers, called Gajero, has put together for us to kind of give us an insight into how he has built up kind of the dynamic music system that's in Starship Troopers. What's his inspiration behind it?
Music is very important.
Delivering the real feel of being in a bug-infested planet.
That's a great way to set an ambiance, get you immersed. Ooh.
With Terran Commands, we want to give you a new and cinematic, but also an authentic Starship Troopers experience. The music is brand new, but it's very much built on the DNA of the original soundtrack. Of course, the new main theme is heavily inspired by
come on,
the
keep it going.
1997 movie theme.
Mom made pizza
I also want
rolls!
music to behave like film music. Games have been trying that for years. The composer writes multiple versions of the same music, and the game crossfades between them according to the action on the screen.
Yeah, this game does a really good job of, like, when you're in and out of action, it does a really good job, yeah.
These traditional techniques are 86% effective. But in a movie, you don't intensify the music by fading in trumpets. Why accept it in games? So I created a new system, and I call it BAM. With BAM, every instrument in the orchestra decides individually how and when to start or finish playing a melody.
I
Every
noticed
adjustment
that
is
in this
performed
game.
deliberately, instead of simply messing around with the mix.
Squad, open fire!
Yeah, the more enemies that are on screen, it really picks up things. Yes, I would. Tell me more! Tell me more, sir. Don't even ask that question. Little bit of action. Just a little bit.
Let's go! Everybody fights!
Oh, dude, they got you in the tunnels now? Oh, boy. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Thank God for the engineers with the flamethrower. Woo! Get 'em, boys.
And with this technique, we can also seamlessly transition to another piece of music. Okay, that's a smooth transition, but let's add a short, dedicated segue so we can really feel the impact of that airstrike.
Hey, Chad, what's the only good bug?
I'm doing my part!
Did you play the demo during the last Steam Next Fest?
Yes, I did.
Remember how your base could be under attack and you wouldn't even know about it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
Feedback we received from you guys gave us the idea to add an alarm.
Kill him! Kill them all!
Oh.
Open fire!
That's genius, dude. That is a big-ass base, man. We're seeing missions that we never saw before. This is really cool. You think this is about music, but they're actually showing some of the missions that'll be present. That is a lot of troops that you command, too. Looks like they're taking on other infantry, so it's not just always about bugs.
We are working very hard to give you the best possible tools to defeat the arachnids, and I hope you enjoyed this glimpse behind the scenes. For FedNet, I'm Kiro.
Kiro.
To earn citizenship.
What a bamf, dude. Woo! Hey, man, brother, I tell you what, when that thing shot and went boom, brother, I can't believe the amount of explosions.
I forgot to say that Starship Troopers is also available for pre-orders now, so just my little commercial break. Back to David, and David, pretty clear that music has been an important part of development here.
Oh yeah, it's kind of essential. I really love that video, just to kind of showing how important is all the different elements of a game are. All the visual effects, sound effects, music, everything comes together to make
it
the whole
does.
thing. And with one bit not there, it just doesn't feel right. Which is, again, as the guy says, feedback we got from the beta. Things like there was no barks in the beta, and you can hear in that music. They're starting to come into the game now, and it's starting to really amp up the intensity and the kind of emotional impact of the game.
I feel amped.
Yeah, we've got more news. We've got one more video actually with Lucas, the lead designer on the game, giving us a bit of a glimpse on where we are with development. So what it's all about.
So Lucas has been, shall we say, very busy for quite a while now, and Lucas loves Starship Troopers, absolutely adores it, and he really wants to kind of take the chance to kind of really give a bit of behind the scenes of where the game is. So rather than let me give his words, he's going to basically tell us in his own.
Oh,
Let's give it a look.
we got a new guest, Lucas.
This is Lucas Neisten, lead designer for Starship Troopers Terran Commands, reporting from the front line. Following the demo release during the Steam Next Fest in October, we have received a lot of feedback on the state of the game, and it has helped us a lot to plan
This
the further
guy
developments.
has so much drip. That is awesome, dude.
The demo was downloaded about
Look at that
80,000
outfit,
times.
dude.
We have derived various useful statistics from the event, such as the average playtime per scenario, which points in each scenario players were struggling the most,
Oh.
etc. From this data, the beta testing and in-person playtests, we are constantly tweaking and optimizing the game.
Yeah, here comes the airstrike. Yeah! Woo! Amen, brother. Airstrike. Amen. Yeah, that dude was
As an example
maximum
of a specific
maximum
design change,
swag.
we have been reducing the amount of choke points on the Peace of Mind scenario and other similar scenarios. Tactical challenges are part of the core game design, and maps will always offer multiple routes and means to achieve the objectives. But we realize that it works better to be more selective about where and how often a scenario presents particularly difficult environments for the player. This ensures a better balance between feeling strong and micromanagement, and it also makes these moments feel more unique and more memorable.
Wow, the demo, they got so much feedback that
Of
they're
course,
actually
we also
changing the
received a
game
lot
based
more
on it.
concrete
That's awesome.
feedback. Some of the most common criticism was related to unit voices and sound effects.
I agree.
Or rather the lack thereof.
Yep.
This didn't really come as a surprise, however. The simple reality is that we did not manage to get the audio assets finished in time for the demo to reach the standard that we were aiming for. Needless to say that we will be improving this. Audio is a vital aspect of the game, and particularly one that is based on a movie franchise such as Starship Troopers.
Amen, bro.
Hopefully our video about the music system will be an indication of the amount of care and effort we want to put into this aspect. Many other points of critique we received were related to unit controls and behavior. This is obviously a key factor of any RTS game, and something that will keep improving. This includes many small but important tweaks, fixes and improvements. For example, ability cooldowns no longer trigger before actually being fired. So if a unit is about to throw a grenade but you cancel the order, then the ability will no longer go on cooldown. We've
Good.
also made the line of fire calculation twice as accurate, are doing ongoing improvements and fixes to pathfinding, and are constantly tweaking and changing unit stats and abilities to ensure that they are all useful and have a noticeable impact on the gameplay.
Good,
The aim
Lucas.
is for each
Good.
unit to be useful in its own role and offer unique gameplay options.
Good, Lucas. Good. Good. Tell us more. Ooh, scenario creator.
To talk
Oh, he's
more
got a
about the
gun.
broader
Whoa,
picture and what the
whoa,
full
brother.
game will
Whoa,
offer,
whoa,
we
brother.
wanted to share some
Whoa.
information about other scenarios in the campaign. While the whole campaign takes place
Alright,
on
bro.
Kalasha, a fairly desolate desert planet, the game offers a lot of variation in environments.
This is the
and
best game
atmosphere.
ever.
As an example,
is the
it
best game
features
I've ever
underground
seen.
and indoor scenarios.
It's not
such
even
as
out
the
yet,
mission
and Chad,
called
I could tell
In
you
Deep Trouble.
that this is incredible.
Here, the mobile infantry is called by the miners to investigate what happened in the mine. As you may have guessed, they may run into some bugs. A lot of bugs. The scenario has a dark atmosphere, and unlike the top level maps, it is completely unexplored at the start of the mission. This means that you must actually send units out across the map to reveal the fog of war.
Ooh.
The player must lead their troopers through narrow mining shafts and machine rooms and finally make their way out alive.
I mean, this
to
game
report the
seems
situation
okay.
back
I
to
mean,
high command.
It's not
Another
the best.
interesting example
Greatest
is the
game.
Canyon
The greatest
mission.
game I've ever
The
seen,
survivors
guys.
of the
Chad,
failed
this is
offensive must find their way back
of all
to
the games
base.
I've seen. This is
Other
it's an
reinforcements
okay
available
game.
are other survivors
You know,
that
I
may
mean,
be
there's
encountered throughout the mission.
probably other games I'd rather
It is
play,
vital to use the terrain
but
effectively
I don't
to
know if
handle
Starship
dark
Troopers will be like the
patrols
greatest
and
game
avoid running into
ever
any
created.
traps yourself.
I don't think it'll be that good. It's
For
the
a final
greatest
example
game.
of the different
It's I
environments
mean,
that
there's
the
a lot of
campaign
games, but why
offers,
even
show
play
us
them?
some footage of a city
Starship
mission.
Troopers, Terran
Planet of
Command is
Kalasha
okay.
does have a number
I mean,
of
you know,
larger
it's got
cities,
problems, and I'm
these
sure they'll
become
work
strategic
on.
objectives for both
I'm sure they'll work on
Federation and
solving
the
those
Iraqis.
problems, but
The mission
you know,
opening is
I
inspired
mean,
by the Stalingrad
it
battle
seems.
of World War II.
Wow,
The player
Stalingrad!
has
Holy
to
crap!
hold on to a tiny foothold within the city.
Whoa,
just
look at
across
that
the wide
scorpion,
river.
though.
The mobile infantry
That's
must hold
okay.
this patch of land at all costs to contain the Arachne advance and to give time for reinforcements to engage from the other
Amen,
side
brother.
of the city center.
Reinforcements.
For now, that's all the news I have from the front line. I've got to get back to the development trenches to kill another wave of bugs. If I make it back alive, we will share a lot more content after the holidays. Until then, remember that you can do your part by registering for the beta and that pre-orders guarantee citizenship.
Okay, I think Lucas needs a raise because
Talk about being invested in a project.
Yes.
That was Lucas Nijsten. Reporting from the trenches and also giving his commercial angle, of course, pre-ordered game now. David, we have, I think we've covered 4 Starship Troopers, but
Lucas needs a raise.
we're going to be back here to talk about more of your games in a few minutes. So I will now hand over to Community Lounge, and they will have a little bit of a break for interacting with you guys, and then we'll be back here in a few minutes.
The Community Lounge. Ooh.
Well, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you, Marco. I'm here with Paolo Paglianti.
Hello.
The one and only, to read with you some of the best comments we received during this month from our fantastic community. And, well, without any further ado,
Let's start.
Let's start with the first one. So, the first one is from Bjorn Fadir about Battlestar Galactica. There's a button that says Launch Viper. That's all I've ever wanted.
Okay. We always say that in video games the community is toxic, but our community is pretty good and they love us and they write this kind of stuff that we love it.
Well, Bjorn, it's our job. We make dreams come true. The second one from Panda about ICBM. Okay, I got to sing this one. Says, boom, 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 humanity is doomed as I'm launching nukes while sitting in my room. So a Venga Boys tribute.
Well, when we did ICBM, we published ICBM, we were looking for people like him that wants to entertain with total atomic destruction, nuclear destruction.
They made the game ICBM? That's an awesome game.
Perfect aim.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another. Let's see another because we are hot.
Another one, yeah. So,
Damn, that fire is blazing.
This is by Windows XP, okay? About ICBM again.
Okay.
Violence is not the answer. It is the question, and the answer is yes.
Only video games, obviously, but yes. Basically, in SBM, you can't do anything else because if you don't shoot first, probably you will get destroyed. So, perfect. That is a good idea. Another one? Do we have time? Yeah.
Lol.
Absolutely. So, I forgot. Okay, surprise. It's a surprise, but surprise, sorry. And about Battle Sector. I forgot to play the tutorial, but it didn't matter because the Emperor protects.
Absolutely, but if you play the tutorial on Xbox or PlayStation, you get a lot of trophies and achievements in few minutes. So I strongly advise you to play them.
Sure.
It's on
You
consoles.
get more than 120 points in very few moments.
Let's go with another one, and okay, it's a short one. Chris292 about Battle Sector again. There is no vibe, no immersion, just chess. I mean, really?
Yeah, about the tactics probably, because he really likes the idea to move troops around.
No vibe in Battle Sector?
We respect everybody's opinion.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I cannot read this. Just
beep.
Yeah, just the last part says very erotic robots about Battle Sector again.
People love them battle sectors.
I don't know what to say about this one, but we don't judge. We don't judge anyone.
No, absolutely.
Any news on Broken Arrow Early Access? We will find that out shortly.
So, Chris about Order of Battle. This game is so addictive that my girlfriend wants to know if I still know her name.
Well, we can do a DLC with her name, so he will remember, because we have so many DLCs for this game that probably a Jane one could be interesting. Or,
Absolutely, yeah. And another one, we get time yes for the last one of this first round. And Fubar with Gladius, what dreams are made of? A little bit of poetry here.
Yeah. Well, Gladius is a game that has a lot of dream and poetry, because when you destroy the Xenos, you need to be inside you. You have to have this dream to conquer the planet and free from all the other Xenos.
Okay, so the main stage is ready now. So we'll be back soon for the second round here. And now it's time for Marco.
Rob, thanks for upgrading to a Raptor Plus member. Thank you very much for your upgraded membership. And thanks, guys, for all the likes today as we continue on with our sponsored stream here for the Home of Wargamers event 2021.
Thank you, guys.
Panzer Corps 2. Oh, I like this game.
Logo on my back here. Thank you, guys. Just time to drink some water and get a bit of refreshment. And we're back with David. Hey, David.
Ciao, Marco.
Where's the camera? Where's the camera? I don't see you. You're here. You changed your shirt.
I'm going to hide over here.
You put something on.
Your memo said dress for the game you want.
This is amazing. I should do the same. Okay, next round. I don't think I've got something so professional, but welcome back, David, and welcome, Annie. You're lovely that the both chair are busy at the moment. So the next product.
I'm running out of room to be on the screen.
Yes. Panzer Corps 2 was released, actually, we said before, in the middle of the pandemic, in the start of the pandemic, in March. I remember that
Panzer Corps is a cool game.
2020.
Turn-based World War II.
And, in the middle of being in a lockdown, we released the sequel to one of our most successful games. And we're now a year and a half later. And what has happened, David? What is the current status of Panzer Corps 2?
Well, Panzer Corps, what is the Panzer Path? Well, we have blazed a trail all across most of Europe, Marco. So I said the original game came out in March 2020 with the base game, the General's Edition, and even the Field Marshal Upgrade Edition, with lots of new fun attachments to it. And since then, we've been attacking the Axis operations. So we started off with Spanish Civil War.
Oh, cool.
Where the Panzer Corps has really been before. And then we moved back into Central Europe, taking control of the German forces in 1939, 1940, 41, and 42. And that's where we're up to. And we've decided to generously allow the designer of the Axis operations a bit of time to recuperate after releasing 5 DLCs in about 18 months. So it's very good of us. But now, Marco, as you know, what we announced last time was Panzer Corps Pacific.
We did.
So this is why I've gone for a more Japanese outfit for this show.
Yeah, Panzer Corps Pacific was announced in last May's event.
Oops, I missed that one.
With this image of a landing on a Japanese island beach from the Allied forces. What will Pacific be? I mean, there's been a lot of speculation, so I think it's time to clear the decks and
look at that.
What it is going to include.
Marine landings on Japanese-held beaches. That's badass.
Just this first release. So our first release, we're going to focus on the American forces. We're going to focus on the kind of first half of the Pacific campaign with the Americans. So we're going to start in Wake, very famous attempt to survive the Wake invasion, and we're going to go through 14 scenarios up to Tarawa. The full list are available on our website if you want to go and look.
Very nice.
What is it that will be included in this package? I guess other than the historical scenarios and such. What is it in terms of units, in terms of scenarios? I mean, it's not only reskinning a game, is it? It's just a lot more than that.
No, the Flashback team would never do such a thing. They care too much about the game they're making. So not only are we going to Pacific, we're also making a whole new terrain, as you can see from these
that's
screenshots.
beautiful.
So this is kind of showing that we've basically not just taken Western Europe.
Dude, that looks better than Company of Heroes 3.
Our team have made an entire new terrain set with 4 different seasonal varieties of terrain.
Yeah, like the Company Heroes 3 world maps.
Winter variations there.
Holy crap, that looks beautiful.
One of the screenshots there showed kind of more Iwo Jima volcanic.
Yeah, Bob Ross, indeed.
But also we've greatly expanded our roster for America, so things like the iconic aircraft of the theatre, things like the Dauntless and the Hellcats, also turning up for the Americans. But also now we've had the full Imperial Japanese Army and Navy. So there's loads of new units, things
naval
like the
units
Chiha,
too.
the Rico, or the Yamato destroyers are all rocking up in the Panzer Corps from early next year.
Talking about Navy, I guess one of the big questions from experts and curious alike out there will be some recurring question in war games. How do you manage to make naval warfare fun and engaging? It's not an easy task, isn't it?
Nope.
Well, I think the main reason why so many war games are fun is because terrain is interesting. So trees and hills and cities all provide different challenges for people. When you're battling at sea, well, it's all rather blue and isn't all that interesting. You can't really hide behind too many waves. So the team at Flashback are taking kind of a step back, and rather than thinking about how can we change the terrain,
naval
how
battles.
can we change the units themselves and how they
Hell yeah,
work.
brother! That's awesome.
So we got a few screenshots on the loop here to kind of give you some hints. So I'll give you a talk through a few of them. So the first bit is a very kind of groggy one for
Iowa.
Panzer Corps 2 fans, is that ships are no longer single entities. So they're still single units, but previously it was kind of all or nothing. A battleship was there and full operational, or it was sunk. Whereas now they very much a case of they can be degraded. So as you hit them with bombers, the guns become less effective, they can sail less well, that kind of thing. And importantly, there's a kind of a second addition to the damage model of temporary damage, which kind of it's very similar to suppression for land units, but you can't really suppress a ship. It's kind of more models, fires breaking out, people having to put them out, getting guns back online, having issues with loading, all that kind of thing. But it gives that kind of more of a reason for targeting something to degrade its operational capability as much as just knock it out, which is kind of part of the important decisions when you're making this kind of battle. And then a couple of the other ones in there showed, for the eagle-eyed, you'll notice that a ship, when attacking from the rear and from the side, they do different damage. So the kind of modeling
positioning will matter. That's great.
You're more likely to hit it. There's more to hit than there will be from astern, like in that photo there. And then also we're adding a whole new thing of torpedo bombers, which didn't really exist.
Aircraft will be important.
Wasn't that much need for them in the plains of outside Kharkov. So you now have torpedo bombers, which can swap into bombs, and importantly, torpedoes, because they hit under the water, to kind of do unique damage types. They can knock out propellers and that kind of things to really damage ships' movement. So that's kind of the whole ethos of it is just take a step back and not just go, let's plunk some tanks in the water. Let's have a real think about how we can actually make that battle system more interesting.
All right. This is of course for the unit list, and we've seen the terrain. So Volume 1 of Pacific will include a campaign for the Allied, just the first part of the war. When is it going to release, David?
So first half of next year. There's one thing I forgot to mention as well. That terrain type is all good, but it's also available in the random maps and also available in the editor. So our fan base who really like using the custom editor.
Map editing, hell yeah!
That's really cool. And because we are Christmas and we're in mood for presents. What about this thing we're seeing in the background there?
Yes. So eagle-eyed fans will have noticed on, I think, Friday we released a very
an Italian
patch,
map,
which players can go and get now from the store or from wherever they bought the game from. So not only a kind of a standard patch which updates a few things, fixes a few bugs, it also introduces 3 new little gifts from Kerensky, who's the designer of the Axis Operations franchise, and he's basically
this game is Panzer Corps 2.
And he's adding a whole new.
But they're also announcing Panzer Corps
really
2 Pacific.
What editor can do. So there's one base at the end of the Battle of the Bulge, where you take control of the German elite panzers that have punched through and then found that all their mates have run away, trying to now make it back to German lines successfully. It's a really interesting challenge because the Allied forces that come to try and cut you off are kind of procedurally generated, but they don't always come in the same place. So it's a different challenge every time. There's one called Meridian, which is the British and Soviet forces meeting in the middle.
Oh.
And again, lots of attack waves are procedurally generated on that. And then one of Voronezh, where you're pushing forward as the Russians to kick the Germans out, and the Germans are counterattacking. And again, you don't. Each playthrough, the Germans will attack you differently, which adds some real dynamic replayability to scenarios which maybe didn't have them before.
Right. So as every good proper exec in a serious gaming company would say in one of these presentations, these scenarios are available to play now. So you can go and play them. Stick with us though.
That's cool. 3 new missions if you have.
Pacific is actually going into beta in.
Panzer Corps 2.
Now is it? Is it
early next year? But
early
you can
next year.
sign
So
up now.
that's almost now. Almost now. We're almost early next
Soon.
year now.
Soon.
Go to Slytherin.com community beta test. Sign up to the Panzer Corps 2 Pacific beta, and we'll get you in early next year.
All right. So besides you, there's Annie Sims. She's assistant producer on Panzer Corps, and welcome, Annie. It's the first foray into the community for you. But
Yes.
You're not here to talk about Panzer Corps. You're here to talk about Field of Glory 2.
Ooh.
That I am. So I'm very excited to announce our new DLC that's coming for that. It'll be the third in the series for Field of Glory 2 Medieval. So it is entitled Storm of Arrows.
What?
This one will be set during the 14th and 15th centuries. So
Medieval
previously
game?
We've sort of seen the dominance of the mounted
I've never
knight
heard of
all
this.
over the European battlefields, but sort of coming into the 14th and 15th century, we had a lot more of
Yeah, she's
the
Australian.
English longbowmen
She's cool.
and dismounted foot soldiers, men-at-arms.
I didn't know that was a medieval
took
game.
back the battlefield right up into the introduction of the Swiss-style pike tactics. And that's what this DLC is all about.
Right, so
So,
we've got a
we'll
video,
be
I think, running on the background very soon. So we're sort of showing what it's all about. I guess the 100 Years of War in that period is one of fans' favorites.
I expected Field of Glory to be a
can you
World
tell
War
us,
I game.
More about the content and what's going to be in the package.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Medieval game.
so I can tell you that it's definitely one
Maybe
of
it
the
is.
5 historical-based campaigns that we're covering, inspired by conflicts and figures of the era. So Henry of Trastamere, Sir John Hawkwood, the 100 Years' War. There's also going to be 8 scenarios, historic scenarios in there, so such as Laupen, Courtrai,
video footage,
Agincourt.
video
So
footage,
it's probably
Poglad.
You can see the list of them up on the
Poglad.
screen at the moment.
Woo!
We're also
Let me get out of the
adding
way.
45 new 14th and 15th century units.
Oh, Battle at Agincourt.
And also 96 new army lists, which does bring the total to 242 for all of the 40 factions and allies that are currently in the game.
Oh, I like that art style.
DLC. So that's, 300,000 permutations or something very close to that. So you're certainly not going to get bored.
It's interesting. I mean, of course, you've named the historical battles. I insisted to get Poitiers in, and RBS was totally against it. So that's going to be down to the fans to mod it and make it happen. That will happen.
That
like,
art style looks cool.
Yeah, a day
It kind of looks more like a
after release,
painting,
I guess.
like a medieval
Are
battlefield
we,
painting.
Are we beta testing this right now?
We are. So if you want to be part of that beta test and
That looks
help make
badass.
this game better, you can go to the community tab on our website
Oh,
and sign up.
that also looks very
so we
complicated.
are taking applications at the moment.
And, well, I guess there's someone in the community called Mordante, who's the biggest fan of Field of Glory ever in the world. He's got, like, everything that's been published across the last 15 years.
Wow.
He probably wants to know when the game is releasing.
This one will be February 10th.
That looks
So
cool.
keep your eye out.
Yeah, that does
Alright,
look like
so
a
it's
big brain
pretty-
game.
it's pretty
We'll be able
imminent.
to wishlist the game now.
All right, yeah. And we are also running a tournament. Are we or are we not? What's the current stage
We
of the
are.
tournament?
So, yeah, there is a tournament. It is starting this Thursday, the 16th. That is at 10 a.m. Greenwich time. So you can actually go and sign up for that one. Still up on our website. It is called Christmas in Constantinople. It's a great name. And it's going to be in 3 rounds of 14 days based on the Komnenos Emperor's reigns. So that's Alexios, John, and Manuel. So if you would like to be part of that, please go
Yes,
sign
Field
up on
of Glory
our website
2
under
Medieval
the community tab
Storm
and
of
comment.
Arrows. Yep.
Awesome.
That's the name of that one.
I can't. You know, it seems unbelievable. You know, the amount of content that's been released for Field of Glory over the years, and the package is becoming huge. So it's
yeah, Richard has done some amazing.
Yeah,
amazing
let me
work
check
on
and
it.
see
yeah,
what that.
it's and every time we try to sort of convince him to push the boundaries, and he's always doing it. So it's great. It's great to see those the huge battles. And the community around it is amazing. It's one of the most longest standing franchises we've got, and very happy about it. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. I think next up on the stage in Epsom will be Mark Hardisty, talk about Valorant Victory. Thanks, David, for coming along, and Annie. It's been a pleasure seeing you. I think, are you coming back, David, or not?
You see me a bit, yes. I've
All
got
right.
to get Mark in here first.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's invite Mark and cover Valorant Victory. Thank you for your time, guys, and I will see you later.
Yay!
Ciao, Mark.
Farewell.
Both of those games
So you
look
see,
cool.
guys, how much stuff we're announcing. It's unbelievable, right? We're just an hour in, and we have already announced like 4 different things and 2 different
Field of Glory 2
release
is turn-based,
dates,
yes.
and showed you quite a lot of interesting stuff that goes on top of actually announcing things. It's unbelievable that we've got so many games, and I think that one of the cool things about having such diversity in the catalog is that you really have something for everyone. So when we do tea time every week on Thursday. And by the way, this week we're doing it tomorrow because Thursday we've got internal meetings and such. But when we do tea time, we have like people asking on so many different games that you end
have a
up
lot of
having,
games.
you know, to answer so many questions. And the tea time is half hour, and we could go on answering questions for a half hour without having to announce anything. So it's unbelievable. The amount of things that we could say every week is amazing. So Valorant Victory. Valorant Victory is a game we released this year. Let's see if Mark is already there or not. Hello, Mark. Welcome.
Hello, Mark. How are
I
you
think
doing?
you got my memo for the dress code.
Yes.
Welcome.
I don't do Christmas tops, I've got to say.
you refuse to do Christmas tops.
Outside of my house, anyway.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I would do.
He looks cozy.
Valorant Victory was a franchise release this year, and I'm super proud of Valorant Victory and how it positioned itself, because I think it's a great mix of, you know, it's a great balance between an approachable strategy game and a hardcore war game. I can see it as being a sort of a bridge for the two, you know, audiences, for both to
Broken Arrow should
enjoy.
be soon. It could be any second, honestly.
Can you
I'm
tell
not sure.
us where Valorant Victory is after release and what we are having to expect for the franchise going forwards?
Yeah, sure. So Lance and the guys at Yobo Games have done a good job. We've got an update on the horizon. I mean, it was 6 months ago when we released the game. We've got an update coming early in the year, which basically brings in features that were in the board game but weren't in that initial release.
Ooh, a board
There's
game.
a number of features kind of coming, which means that the game, as it will stand, will be as per the board game with the features from there. Some of those that we're going to be sort of showing now, I believe.
Yeah, let's take a look, I guess.
Valorant Victory.
Quite a lot of different features going into the game with the next update, which is releasing, I think, February next year, is it?
That's correct, yeah. It's,
all right.
Sort of early February.
All right, let's take a look. For anyone who's not familiar with the game, let's take the opportunity of these short clips to actually explain, you know, what a game is about and go through some of the updates we've got in house.
Yeah, it's very much like an advanced squad leader type game. So
I see. This is
based on the
old
board
school.
Game, Valorant Victory. So here we have some off-board artillery shots being fired onto the units. Line of sight is required to actually take aim, and there's obviously drift possible when you actually target a unit.
This is old school, like real old school.
Move on to the next one. Oh, got a kill there.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I think that this is showing some of the new features. Let's get on to the next one, and which is I believe it's about airstrikes, right?
Yeah, so similar to the off-board artillery, we have off-board airstrikes. So
amen, brother. Airstrike.
There's drift, so I think we will see targeting a unit.
First, you have my interest.
Plane comes in.
Now you have my attention.
And there's obviously a chance of missing, but we've got to hit there.
Is all this feedback? Is all this new stuff we're putting in a game based on players' feedback? Is it was it planned already? How did that come?
Well, these are the features from the original board game that the team has sort of put in.
Oh,
so
okay.
As I say, it's kind of now feature complete.
This is based on a board game, so they have to follow the rules of a...
The update that's coming in February.
Of a board game.
Okay. So we've got more updates here. With the next image we're showing something like more like a quality of life change for the game.
What have we got here?
There's messy stacks.
So here we have messy stacks. So it's something as simple. In the original one, all the units were sort of stacked on top of each other. Now you can actually have an idea that there's multiple stacks in there. This is showing we have different terrain heights. So this is sort of showing raise and low ground and how line of sight.
Well, it's kind of hard to see whether some of that ground is up or down.
As you see, it's sort of following the canyons that are being there. We've also got sniper units and Valor upgrades. So if you get a lucky roll, you have a chance of getting a sniper unit on the board. And if one of your units does a remarkable move or kill, then there's a chance of them being upgraded, so they get a bonus for the rest of the game.
And then we've got mortar fire video as well, right? To show that's complete the set of new features.
Yeah. So units can now have mortars, which allows you to do long-range attacks over and above what we used to do in the original game.
One of the things that's working very well for the game these days is tournaments, and we'll get back to that.
Boom, there's that mortar, baby.
In a moment. But
boom.
All these maps we're showing for the new features are not really the maps are used to see in the main game. Are these new maps? What's happening?
So that's right. So anybody who has played the original game knows that the maps so far have been Normandy. So we're quite excited to announce that there's a new DLC coming with this update in February, and that's the Battle of Stalingrad. And it's a big DLC upgrade. We've got 12 new maps, 12 new scenarios, various maps from Stalingrad, very industrial, linked with kind of multi-level snow scenes. It changes the gameplay because there's some kind of large factory areas where it's sort of battling internally. And alongside those 12 new scenarios, we have a whole new faction. So we have the Russian army and the whole swathe of units that kind of comes with that, both infantry and vehicles. So it's a big deal. So it's almost the same size as the original release. So it's a big one for us.
Big O crazy.
Hats off to Jim Orninsky from Sitrep podcast for helping design and kind of create some of this for Yobo Games and the guys.
Yeah, one of the things that we were mentioning at the beginning is community, and I think that Valor Invictor is showing to have a very strong community of creators, with Steam Workshop and all the opportunities we've got that the game gives to create your own scenarios. There's quite a lot of movement around that.
Yeah. Yes, as you said, there's a game editor in there, and the new upgrade, the new update brings in new maps, new assets, new infantry that we can kind of create new maps with. Steam Workshop's there, so there's got a few new levels there, and we're always looking for more people to drop their own kind of creations into there. So there's a good community sort of building up around Valorant Victory.
Yeah, and playing the game a lot, going back to the game a lot. I think it's a pretty addictive game because games are kind of short enough that you want to play more and more and more. And especially the multiplayer is so much fun. And we don't want to stop here. I mean, we have big plans for Valorant Victory going forwards. We really believe this game has a bright future. So, what is going to happen next? Can you give us a bit of a hint?
Yes. So as you can see on the screen next to Marco, the guys at Yobo Games have got a license
Conf Group.
Say this name.
Shara?
Yes.
The Shield of Colm, which is it's quite a well-known ASL game. This is planned for May next year. This is
really
scenarios.
old school.
I mean, the original game comes with 2 huge maps. As you can see, the sort of the map,
but also
there,
based on a board game. That's cool
as well, with sort of more destroyed buildings. It's kind of Eastern Front. There's the village of Colm is the Germans have sort of taken it, surrounded by the Russians, and it's sort of fought out over there for sort of over 15 scenarios. And again, shout out to Xavier and Le Frantier for sort of making this happen, really, and sort of letting the guys at Yoba Games sort of work with this. So yeah, this is a really exciting one to put in. There's probably a lot of people who sort of played this on the board game, so it's a chance of sort of doing it digitally now.
Yeah, and this is not the only thing you wanted to tell us, right?
No, and we have plans. We have an Arnhem DLC coming as well later in the year. So that's going to be sort of September, October. So it's very much looking at ahead and making sure there is a constant stream of DLC. And with new DLC comes new assets. You can create new maps, create new scenarios, and sort of pass them about.
What's the status?
So, very exciting for this.
What's the status with tournaments, Mark, right now?
We have a new tournament started about 5 minutes ago. So you were able to sign up, and it will start in about a week's time. So if you're not playing Valorant Victory, it's a good time to sort of try it out, and over Christmas try the tournament and see how it plays. And interestingly, if you, especially if you sort of played it, we have a beta open at the moment for the new update and the new Stalingrad DLC as well. So again, you're going to have to be quick. There are only
want these events to become commercial, stunts. There is actually currently a sale on the Matrix and Leader Inside. This is our holiday sale that's traditional. We've been doing this for years now, from Thanksgiving to the first week of January. So if you go on Matrix Inside,
a boomer game, I suppose so.
Find the game,
but it doesn't mean it's bad.
Discounted. Well, for sure, find the game discounted there. So it's a good opportunity to grab it, play, and enjoy some multiplayer game. One of the cool things about tournaments is that you don't really have to be top-notch player to enjoy them, because the system is actually going to put you against anyone of your level as you progress. So it's not going to be like a slaughterfest. If you enjoy playing the game, you just enjoy playing the game against someone else.
Yeah, I normally play the tournament games, and I'm crap at these kind of things. So if you link up with me, you'll know you've got a good chance of winning.
That's good. So that's your hope for winning at least one match in the one game in a tournament. Mark, thank you very much for joining us. I'll see you later for other things, for other very big things. So I'll see you later. Thanks for joining. And I think David's going to be back on stage for the last time.
Thank you, Mark.
In a moment, for some big announcements. So. Hopefully, you're going to enjoy more announcements. The next game we're talking about is Battle Sector. Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector has been, as Ian said, the biggest launch we've ever had in a company. and I don't say only biggest in terms of number of copies, but also in terms of number of platforms and how many the scope of the project and the overall investment in making a game that's really going to appeal to a lot of people. So
Here we go.
I'm going to have David talk about where Battle Sector is and where it's going to go in the next few months. David, are you already there? Do you still need some time?
I am here, Marco.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, come on!
Again with the sweater? What the hell?
Oh,
I went to read Ian's email, and it says something about Christmas jumpers, and
what is that?
I found this.
You found this? Where did you find that?
What is that?
Actually, in the Games Workshop back lot, there's a Warhammer down this door.
Okay.
Is that a Warhammer related
cool.
material?
I don't know how what the result is on camera, but I hope the camera guy is not being blinded by your sweatshirt. I was saying about Battle Sector being the biggest thing we've ever done. I think it's. Before we go into the game, I want to spend just
a
few
Necron
words about
sweater?
Black Lab Games.
Oh, it's the Necrons. Okay.
The best,
shows what I know.
really
I don't know much
during
about
the recent
40K.
time, Black Lab Games are an incredible team. They have been doing the most challenging things a developer could do. And I really want to, give a big praise to them. David, can you join me in that? What would you like to add?
Oh yeah, we never asked them to do anything easy. It seems that all the things we ask from Black Lab are hard and challenging and need thought and care and love for the IPs they work with. And every single time they smash it clean out of the park into the river. They really are a delight to work with. And the thing is, I only get to speak to them like early morning because they're down in Perth, the second most remote city in the world. But still, it's a genuine pleasure.
Where are we with Battle Sector right now?
So, literally, a patch came out 4 hours ago, which did not add a new faction. We are not that kind of people. But it did add a load of quality of life features, bug fixes, and also we started our new first tournament again at 10 o'clock this morning. So our first
tournament.
The guys have integrated Slytherin's Battles tournament into the game. So there's live and asynchronous gameplay in Battle Sector. So if you're on PC, you could have signed up to the tournament. So all the PC games on Slytherin Store, GOG, Epic, and Windows Store are all, and Steam, are all powered with Slytherin's asynchronous tournament technology. So there's people in there ready to exterminate each other right now. And if you're on the console, then you've got live head-to-head multiplayer to go and blat each other as well. It's great stuff. And as I said, just a few weeks ago, we also, not only did we come out all these platforms and Game Pass, we also added our first 2 DLCs, the 2 Elites DLCs, to round out the rosters for Blood Angels and for Tyranids. So kind of add basically 2 units for each one's basically really iconic units we weren't able to add to the base game, but really want to get in there.
There's quite a lot of people out there who know why we are here.
Yep.
Is there a hint somewhere about this new faction?
I don't know what you're talking about,
This new faction we're announcing.
I see.
Yes.
Now I get the
So,
joke.
do you want to tell us? Or
well, I wonder what faction they're going to add.
Let's see what
all right, let's pop the screen up.
I wonder if it's going to be the Necrons.
3, 2, 1. Boop. Hey.
Oh, they're adding the Necrons. Oh, wow.
Is anyone surprised out there? Necrons. I think someone will be surprised.
Dude, what the hell?
When we
those guys look awesome, dude. It's like Terminators.
Thought about what was the next faction. We had the Sisters of Battle in the game already, so it was going to be a low-hanging fruit to add the Sisters of Battle faction, but we went for the Necrons. So not as obvious as it could be. So the Necrons are coming to Battle Sector. When, how, what is it about?
So they're going to arrive early next year. They are a whole new faction. They have their own unique mechanics. They have their own play style. The endless march is coming to grind your face into the dust.
Those units look sweet.
Including new
Ooh.
leaders, new momentum mechanics.
Yeah, they look like giant
all small
Terminators.
with multiple
Yeah,
loadouts.
with Lego
So
Bionicle,
seeing
yeah.
a few of the very pretty boys in front of us right now on the screens. They are from the lovely Zarakan dynasty of Necrons.
Are these
recently
screenshots,
reawoken.
David? Are these screenshots?
They are screenshots straight from the game. But they don't know pre-renders with Black Labs. This is just how the game looks.
They look like
yes,
they're made of
lovely
brass and
warriors of living
copper.
metal with no souls but lots of desire to kill, which is pretty perfect for the Warhammer universe. I think you'll agree. So they're all coming in with their own unique momentum mechanic that kind of rewards people stomping forward on an endless march. They're all made of living metal, and they have come with reanimation protocols as they would have on the tabletop, ready to either heal up wounds as if they didn't exist, or just come back from the dead. Because who doesn't love zombie robots? They're great.
It's it's adding a whole new color to the game, right? You know, we were all
for
red.
the colorblind among us, this is a challenge, but yes.
You know, one of the things that, hey, but Baal is all red. What are we going to do for screenshots? Now, we've got some variation here. That's definitely for sure. And, you know, one of the things about faction DLCs, you know, it's not only going to come with only the faction. So what is it that we're going to deliver with this DLC and alongside the DLC as a free update as well?
Yeah, so I was going to kind of for people who don't recognize the units on the screens there. You got some
yeah, let's go and look at these screens again to see the units. Let's glorify these screenshots. Let's go back to these.
Yeah,
okay.
So kind of give a few teasers.
Oh, those look awesome.
Group shot. So no points really for the 40k fans on the chat who have already guessed these death marks in the line there, and warriors and Canoptech spiders coming to feast on your flesh and turn it into living metal, because who doesn't want to? But also Scorpec destroyers, who are big wandering beasts who just want to destroy things because that's what they're called, and they've got very strong normative determinism. But also they can be bringing in lots of classic iconic Necron units like Overlords, who will be your kind of natural HQ units, things like Triarch, Praetorians to protect them, along and Lich Guards, and all these basically classic units of the Necron forces.
These guys look mad.
Righty. You look at these.
And importantly, this will come out next year, and it'll be in closed beta in January, and you can right now go to Slytherin.com community beta test and sign up for the beta for the Necrons beta test starting early in the next year.
So before you said you were jumping back to the units, we were saying what is coming along with this DLC and alongside this.
Broken Arrow's coming soon.
Go for it. Yeah.
If you're here for Broken Arrow, stay here. It's coming. It's coming.
This is Battlestar still coming. I will tell you now.
That's the thing I'm looking forward to the most.
You can't really start fighting Blood Angels with them because it's not really what the lore has. Usually they're friends, and we want to bring our first faction something new and something so everyone can fight everybody. Because the whole point of Battle Sector is fighting, not hugging. So what we're adding alongside the Necrons update as part of a free update for everybody is a brand new campaign type, as yet unnamed, but named very shortly. And importantly, this is kind of a new procedural campaign. So whereas in the base game you have the Age of Crimson Dawn kind of narrative structured campaign, very much about the scourging of Baal Secundus. Here we're going to a new setting, still with, in the environs of Baal, where you've got Necrons and Tyranids and Blood Angels all really getting quite upset about who owns this planet, and a whole new chance to kind of fight for each other and fight for resources or death.
There's going to be a war in Warhammer 40k? What?
So it'll be available with this update. It'll be free. If you have the Necron DLC, you can play as the Necrons. If you don't have the Necrons DLC, you can still play against the Necrons. They will happily murder you whether you own their DLC or not. And they're entirely fine.
So basically, to wrap it up and to make it clear, the Necrons DLC will feature the Necrons faction, and the single-player campaign is free to play if you own the main game, and you can play against the Necrons in the main game.
Yes, exactly.
That is pretty cool. And again, this is in beta testing. You can start subscribing to the beta now, and you can also, and this is releasing early next year. So are you thinking this is going to come up in Q1? Is it Q1, Q2? When you think it's, what's your best guess?
My guess is we'll start beta testing very early in January once people get back from Christmas. I'd expect Necrons to be available late Q1.
Late Q1. So that makes it, let's making it a new Field of Glory game, potentially a new Panzer Corps game, a new Battle Sector game, and Distant Worlds 2, all coming in Q1 next year.
Damn, that's a lot of games for the first part of the year.
Allowed to take any holiday in the first quarter of 2022.
You guys are going to be busy as well.
Yes. And well,
I find these games really exciting to play. I like
Q1
those.
2022 is supposed it's probably going to be one of the busiest release timeframes ever for video games industry. So it's going to be a challenge for sure. But anyway, David, thank you very much. I think that was your last sweater, right? So you don't have any more shirts or sweaters.
I couldn't find anything more in the drawer. So yeah, this is all I can bring to the party.
That's not true.
That's
sad to say. There is nothing more.
He's got more.
You can pass the word to Mark and have a change address for the next one, and we'll see what he comes up with. I'll be very disappointed if he doesn't change any shirt. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing all the news with us. It's been
seriously
it's been great to actually look into what we have in house for existing games, and it's not over yet. But in the meantime, I'll probably get back to the community lounge for a few minutes.
We're going back to the community lounge.
Back here in just a few minutes, and thanks for following us so far.
Community lounge time. Community lounge. Here we go. The boys.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, guys. Thank you very much, Marco. We're back for a second round. And before we continue, I just want to remember that all the DLCs announced are available for wish list on our store or on another store, the one you prefer. So it's time to get back to business.
Yeah, let's pick another.
More questions.
Yeah,
I think this one will be about Battle Sector.
No, it's about Broken Arrow. Okay. And pre-order now for John Travolta DLC pack.
Oh.
Well, why not? Why not? Yeah.
It's a sponsored.
Broken Arrow.
Comment.
I thought we were going to see some Broken Arrow stuff. Damn it.
Much.
We got baited.
Let's go with another one. We only have 5 minutes, guys, so we have to run. And okay, it's a little bit creepy.
Yeah, that fire is getting dangerous.
Beep you into complete submission by turn 27. This game is for you. And about Warhammer Gladius.
Well, actually, if you like robots, why don't you are playing now Warhammer 40,000 Gladius? That is a planet full of robots and Xeno to be killed.
Dude, Paolo has like just awesome hair.
Okay.
That's good hair.
Conscript about ICBM. A strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
This is a quote.
Whoa, what's up with this camera? This looks like a haunted movie camera. Whoa, that fire is... Whoa, that fire is like...
The old movie about the guy that actually inspired me to become what I am now, the PR for Slytherin. Because
that fire is getting out of control. Holy...
Okay, another one about Warhammer Gladius. It's like Monopoly.
Paolo, no, I'll save you, Paolo.
Yeah,
I'll keep the fire back.
Only guns.
Run.
Okay.
I'm holding it back.
So
it's a sort of compliment. It's not a criticism because
you're
saying that. I mean.
All right, I'll go back over here now.
More straightforward.
Another one about Broken Arrow. I need a time machine so that I can just skip ahead to when this releases.
And this is a common is a thing because every time I see a new game, not only from Slytherin, but a new game that I want to play as soon as possible, I would like to jump on and go and play. But if
tell us about Broken Arrow.
To see what games are around now, and you can play now. For example, now you can play Battle Sector on every platform. And,
tell us about battles.
Even on console, on Xbox.
Tell me
also
all about Broken
Pass,
Arrow
so
right now.
Game Pass, there is no reason why you shouldn't play it immediately.
Oh, these games are on Game Pass? Oh, that's awesome. Broken Arrow, yeah.
An amazing game, so guys, trust me. Just try it.
Keep waiting for
Broken Arrow!
All right.
Give me more information. I have game footage to show you guys, by the way,
Order
today,
of
guys.
Battle.
I got some
if you
exclusive
like beating
stuff.
your head against a brick wall, this game is for you.
Yeah, especially multiplayer, because I tried to do some tournaments in multiplayer, and again, I got beaten very badly. So you need to train a lot to understand the mechanics of the multiplayer games.
Okay, this one is from Mobius about Battlestar Galactica. If you don't buy this game, the toasters win.
Yeah, the problem is, it's true, and that they win also before the actual TV shows, because they win the first Civil Wars.
Another one about Gladius, finally a 4X game that does diplomacy perfectly.
Exactly, there is no diplomacy. You just destroy everything. Actually, it's not true, because when you start the game, you can choose. For example, we could play co-op against another one, but there is no diplomacy in game, so you have just to destroy everything you meet.
Okay, this one is for you. About Field of Glory 2.
Yeah.
Do you love TBS? Get it.
Yeah.
Do you love military history? Get it. Do you love your wife? Do not buy it.
Well, I love my wife, but actually I played a lot. Actually, it was the last review I did as a journalist on IGN Italy, the review about the Field of Glory Ancient, true, because it's a game I really love.
Yeah, and sorry guys, we're running out of time, so the last one about Order of Battle.
Again?
Oh, Order of Battle.
I like it. Fun to play at work. I play at work too. Yeah.
We also play, but don't tell Marco because he's our boss, so he could get angry. Don't tell him that we play at work, but actually we play every little games at work.
So guys, thank you very much. We are running out of time. I want to say another big thank you to the whole community for the support, and the sympathy you gave us back. And now the time has come. The things are about to get very serious, so let's get back to main stage.
Holy crap. Are they talking about Broken Arrow? Could this be possibility? Although all these games have been interesting so far.
Thanks, guys.
Ooh, there it is. Flashpoint campaigns.
At work. It's not something I was aware of, but I'll be taking care of that after this is finished. As you can see from from the logo behind me, as Francesco said, we're getting serious because it's time to talk about Flashpoint campaigns. Now, Flashpoint campaigns is one of the longest-standing franchises in the wargaming history, and I have the pleasure to connect now with some of the longest-standing men in the wargaming industry, Robert Crandall. Hello, Rob.
How do I sound?
You sound very good. You sound very good. So great to see you, Rob.
I have a very festive shirt on, Marco. It's got a beautiful white and red logo for the season.
It's perfectly. You got my note, so it makes a lot of sense. So on Target Simulation, Rob, you are the. I keep forgetting what's your role in On Target Simulation. Is it like lead designer, founder, boss? What is it? Did you do everything?
We do everything. I founded it 20 odd years ago. Recruited an amazing team over the years, and the reason it went 20 and counting is basically because I shared out creative control. And so when we meet every week, we're partners and we discuss things as equals, and we have a hoot. It's a lot of fun. The game's gotten a lot better because of it. And we're just started. We're going to do this a long time.
This guy's an OG
nerd. But many
Love
of the people who are watching us today don't really know anything about Flashpoint campaigns. Maybe it's the first time you hear about it. So we have prepared a 2-minute video to sort of frame what Southern Storm, the upcoming release of the Flashpoint campaign series, is about, and then we'll be back talking about it with you.
Oh, this is good. 2-minute video, go.
Flashpoint Campaign's Southern Storm is an asynchronous We Go Turns wargame set in the 1980s Cold War era. You command a battalion force on large hex-based maps covering areas of southern Germany. The game features 25 scenarios and 4 detailed campaigns with forces ranging from the US, France, Canada, West Germany, Soviet Union, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia.
There's an East Germany now?
Hundreds of meticulously researched platforms and weapons, detailed orders of battle, realistic modeling of modern combat, including armor, infantry, helicopters, air power, and chemical and nuclear weapons.
Ooh.
Terrain and weather conditions also play a significant part in your strategy, with real-world weather sourced from official real regional data. The user interface is designed to give a deep, immersive gaming experience. It allows you to design your own UI layout over multiple screens, extra-wide displays, or single monitors.
Oh, that's
Many
cool.
panels are dockable, and their positions are saved for future games. Map and counter colors are fully customizable to better read markers and counters. A comprehensive unit dashboard allows you to review and edit waypoint order, view the status of every unit and subunits, as well as a wealth of other detailed information. Units' parameters such as readiness, ammo level, morale, and overall capability are constantly kept under control through the use of the status icons. These icons are both color and shape defined for quick recognition. The built-in game editors allow you to create or modify scenarios and campaigns on any game map. Editing tools provide a means to craft battle plans to add to scenarios to tailor the direction of the AI. Designed to be mod-friendly, the game allows you to edit or create game data, add new art, and new sounds. The Flashpoint Campaign's game system is used as a training and analytical software in professional defense environments.
Oh.
Southern Storm is its latest, most advanced commercial iteration.
So they actually use that in military
This
data.
is a Flashpoint Campaign Southern Storm. I'm super excited about this
possible.
game. It's been long in development, Rob. How long have you been developing this game?
5 years, Marco. Before that, we had a game, Red Storm Campaigns, and that was 10 years. And then before that was Flashpoint Germany. We'll just keep doing it until we get it right.
I think you're doing very well, Rob. I think you're doing very, very well. I remember the previous Flashpoint campaigns released with the first command, you know, just maybe a few months later, the first command. And we're here to talk about the next one now, which is, we're going to tell a bit more about that later, which is imminent. You know, can you tell us, you know, about Southern Storm? You know, what is it that you're trying to achieve with this game? And you know, in the overall scheme of things, you know, where you come from, where you want it to be when it releases.
The premise of the game is that there was a NATO-Warsaw Pact confrontation in the summer of 1989. And this would have been a high-speed, go-for-broke campaign by the Warsaw Pact. Just bang, just hits. No prizes for second place. It's got everything. Everything they could throw in on each side would be fighting here. And you are in charge of 3,000 to 5,000 men, one side or the other, trying to do your part. Most people, I would say, have a good sense of how World War II worked, and you know, tanks, aircraft, artillery, the interrelationships. But by 1989, a whole lot more had changed. And a lot of people don't have a sense for the capabilities of more modern equipment. So a big design challenge was to start from a World War II-ish start, but then really bring in a usable and comprehensible way how to do modern war. And it gets tricky. Even though we held it at 1989, so you don't really get the battlefield computer revolution happening yet, there's still lots of it. And really very, very powerful things are happening that will be new to players. Kind of what you're seeing in the background are a lot of
data
we displays we then created to explain, okay, why is a tank so much more lethal now? Why is this one shot and you're dead business happening now? And a variety of things. How to read the map, you know, how to figure out what your units are capable of. All these things so you can explore. To start, though, it's a very simple game. You have units on the map, you click on them, you give them orders, you wait and see what happens.
Look at all that information, man.
It's as you play and start to unravel.
Spreadsheet,
why did this
map,
happen this way and not that
table.
way? That you start getting into this thing. You start drilling down into
Real war is like this, by the way.
And examining the encyclopedia.
Well, I mean, at least the planning.
To see what's really going on.
It's a lot of information, data, spreadsheets.
The other thing I think that goes to your question, Marco, is we made the interface really customizable. Started with a simple one. This is a basic Windows program, despite appearances. But you can customize all kinds of things about the map and your unit counters and pull up all these information reports. It supports high DPI monitors. It supports multiple monitors. So you can drag a lot of those reports off to monitor 2 and then leave them up, and they update live as you go along.
Oh, you can put things on. Oh, dude, you can make like your own war room. That's cool.
These videos
so you can click and drag all these screens onto different monitors and like make your living room or your computer room look like NORAD. That's cool.
As you're ready for it.
That's really cool.
I've seen a lot of people playing with 2 monitors, really. You know, one playing the game and the other one with all the windows open.
That's actually really cool.
What kind of information they need to display at that point, and I think that's what.
This is the really good type of game for like massive brains, like people who are patient, want to see all the data.
Very differently.
Yeah.
You can talk to 10 wargamers about what style of counter they like and get 11 answers. So we said, well, we can't just have one. You know, so we have a bunch.
So here we're seeing what's happening on the map, right? This is more like a map-specific video where we're showing, you know, outside of the different windows and reports, what's happening on the map. So take us through that for a moment.
Since Roman times, the secret to ground combat has been using land effectively and the lay of the land and understanding how the terrain works for or against you. And so we put a host of tools in to help you visualize that. The base map is just a top-down view, and you can pick out the rivers and the towns and the forests. But line of sight works in 3D, and so a lot of these displays here are for ground, 3D line of sight, air search radars. If you're in a helicopter, you're up an extra 10 or 20 meters. What can you see from there? If you're setting up a good position for either the attack or the defense, you need to understand what can be seen and what can't be. So all of those tools are thrown in for when you need them. This part of it is showing more the relationship of the units to each other, so you can understand the relationships of the units to the map. So weapon ranges, visibility. This particular screen's the F.A.Q, where it highlights where the high-speed areas are. Those are in gray, and the orange and red areas are much slower, difficult areas to traverse. Significance of that is that, if you're attacking, you want the high-speed areas. If you're defending, you want to be parked in the low-speed areas, overlooking the high-speed areas, set up traps and ambushes. That's what they do in real life, and that's what we've learned to put into this game.
Big brain.
Right now, we're just playing around with the background color of the map. If you find it too intense, you can tone it down. If it's too dim, you can turn it up. Little fit and finish issues like that are something we spend a lot of time playing with.
That game's beautifully handcrafted. That's cool. There's a lot. Look at that. Wind speed.
Yeah, this
time
is
of day.
The counters thing. Yeah, the counters thing you were referring to. You know, having different colors of counters and having different, you know, types of counters. Is it NATO counters? Is it like, you know, what you want to display in the counters and such? It's just an incredible amount of variety there. And you know, one of the cool things about Flashpoint campaigns series is that you know, it's a game that happens as a WeGo game, and you know, I always find, as a marketing person, found very hard to explain to you know, the wider audience what a WeGo system is. So because we have a video about orders and movement, you might want to take that opportunity to explain, you know, the ground concept behind a WeGo game.
WeGo?
Sure thing. There are kind of 3 points to the way we did this here. WeGo itself means that the game clock stops, each player puts in their orders, and then you start the clock and you watch the action unfold.
Oh, like turn-based.
So both sides are moving at once during turn resolution. That's the core of it. What gets more interesting
not turn-based.
is that you can put in
simultaneous
say, an hour's worth of orders, even though you only have a 20-minute turn. And those orders will be remembered. And then the unit, until it's ordered otherwise, will continue to execute on them. So you can set up quite a plan, hit go, and everything just then runs on its own until they run out of orders.
Yeah, WeGo.
The other thing is
How much would
that
this
the
game be?
turn lengths
I
for
would
each
expect
side
this to
aren't
be maybe like
necessarily the
$20
same
bucks
length.
or so.
Most games,
It
of
looks
course,
like they put
are.
an
You know,
astronomical
you
amount of
move
research
pieces,
into
they
this.
stop, take turns doing things.
So that's pretty cool.
With us, it's simultaneous movement, it's persistent orders, and as the two sides become increasingly disorganized because of the combat, their turn length can stretch out. It's called an OODA loop. And you have to balance that as a commander. You know, I could launch a desperate attack right down the center, but my forces are getting really punished doing it. And if their readiness falls too far, my command cycle, my next turn, may be 45 minutes in the future instead of just 10 or 15 or 20. And you have to weigh that. And by resting your forces, you can shorten up your turn length again. So there's this dilemma that makes it really interesting to try and play and pull off a successful battle.
I guess
what we're doing here, it looks like, oh, we're creating a barrage order. Pardon me, Marco.
Yeah,
so it shows the range rings. It's a mortar unit.
Oh, cool.
Okay, well, what is the range of the mortars? Okay, well, there's a display for that. It showed you. You drop down these waypoints, and then you can drill in later and adjust the time.
That's crazy cool.
Things like that. This final piece here is group movement. He alt-clicked on the headquarters unit. 3 other subordinates were also selected. He lays out a movement path, and then all of those units will follow it intelligently and in the correct order, and so on, and then spread out at the end again into a defensive position. That to help get people going again. Most games have 40, 50 units aside, which can be a lot when it's so data intensive. But by just commanding the headquarters like this, you can speed things up a lot.
Rob, I guess that it's time to spill the beans and tell us when the game is going to release now. Well, tell us something that's different from when it's done.
Oh, Marco, you're so funny. We are working extremely intensively on it. The more intense we get, the more things we find
like camping.
Still need adjusting. The good news is it went into
camping
beta
is intense.
a month ago. The new guys are really having a good time with it. They like it. There's a lot more to it than they expected, and they find the computer player is giving them a good run for the money. They are finding some things, and we do want to do another set of scenarios to ship with the game. So we're looking at the second quarter, and probably towards the end of the second quarter of this year, or I'm sorry, of next year.
Second quarter.
But yeah, if you just have to have your fix,
so April
we'll be
through
looking for beta
June.
testers, I'm sure, between then and now.
That's great. So subscribe to beta. Go on matrixgames.com/beta and subscribe to the beta. That's another one.
There's so many big brain people who work in these games.
Thank you very much, Rob,
I'm very
for joining
envious
us today,
of that patience
for
and
giving
such.
us a hint
It's very
of
good.
what Flashpoint campaign Southern Storm will be. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people out there were.
All right, we could see Broken Arrow stuff soon.
for
Broken
a long
Arrow.
time. So thank you for
it's
joining
coming.
us from Canada, from across the pond, and well, I'm sure we'll be having you back in the near future to talk more about Flashpoint campaigns.
Thank you, Marco.
Guys, I think this is, I mean, Flashpoint campaigns, remember, this is one of the games that are being used professionally, both by the Ministry of Defense in the UK and the Marine Corps in the US. So it's
wow, the Marines use that
you
technology?
see the complexity, and you see why the complexity is so deep, and it's such an important thing, part of the experience. But don't feel put out. It's a game that's really fun to play. So make sure you give it a try, or give a look at some of the videos online. There's quite a lot of Flashpoint campaign stuff because you'll be surprised. Right, so before we move to the sort of even more interesting part, if anything, this was partially due to the fact that, what we've talked about so far was about already released game or stuff that we already announced. We're moving to unannounced things in a few minutes. Before we get
secrets.
To that,
I know what it is.
We're going to
I can't.
Lounge for
I don't know if I can tell you
minutes,
guys yet,
Alberto and Julia will be doing some community interaction, and we'll be back soon.
I'm sure they're going to have some games that float your boat, though, chat. I'm sure. Thanks for all the likes, boys. Appreciate all the support today, too.
Hello.
Look at these sweaters.
Hi, guys. How are you? Are you enjoying?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm Julia, new
Hi,
e-commerce
Julia.
manager.
I'm Alberto.
You already know him, I guess.
I think so.
I
I
hope
don't
so.
know.
Hi, Alberto.
Okay,
Not sure.
so we have finally started this Home of War Gamers Live. We have waited for it for so long, but finally it has come, and you are enjoying it really,
Whoa, I
really,
just
really
noticed her
much.
sweater.
Or well, we are
Wow.
reading your comments, and it seems so. So we hope that you are enjoying.
Her sweater
really,
is,
as it seems. For example,
Great.
MD17620004 at the first beginning of the show said that the music make it epic.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
If I remember correctly, one compared to the Jurassic Park music,
Yeah.
which I personally agree.
It was more Dante who said that reminds
yeah.
me of Jurassic Park.
Chat, find me that sweater.
Is Marcos #1
I will
fan.
buy that
Yeah.
sweater.
there are
Give me
many
that sweater,
familiar
chat.
faces in the community, as well as many new faces. We're really happy
Yes.
to have you here today, guys.
Yeah, and Pocus FR also said Marco is a Christmas bonus. And
Yeah,
so
he is.
maybe he's a new fan of Marco.
Hello, Pocus.
Yeah, go. And we had other interesting comments at the beginning. For example, Good Work Gamers will tell a story within the context of the battles. We were talking about the story.
Yeah, storyline is important in wargaming and strategy
Yes.
games in general, I think. For instance,
I love their
strategy-
accents.
The strategy campaign series, does it really
Years
well.
ago, I wouldn't be able to
But
understand what they were
does it
saying, but
really well, so
now that we have an
super cool.
international community,
Yeah. But speaking again about
Accidents
music,
don't matter. Oh, the
I
fire
read an
died.
interesting
No!
comment regarding Starship Troopers.
Yes.
It
F's
was
in the
made
chat
by
for the
a
fire
coin's
chat.
name, and he said, "Audio is something that makes or breaks a game for me. It can be the most
Oh, the
beautiful
fire
game
is
ever,
dead.
but if it doesn't have great music or impactful
Oh,
sounds,
what the hell?
that takes it down a
Someone
couple
put a log
notches."
on that fire.
Do you
I
agree?
completely agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's sweating. It must be
Audio
1,000
and
degrees in
sound
there.
and music really makes a game.
He's sweating. That
many
fire must have been
classics
so
from the 90s
hot.
or the 2000s have such great soundtracks. I'm thinking, for instance, I don't know, Monkey Island, Wing Commander, stuff like that. Some of our games as well, for instance, as I already mentioned.
That looks really
Battlestar
nice. That
Galactica
little
Deadlock,
bowl of like ornaments with
a
lights in it. That's
fantastic
nice.
soundtrack from Ash Gibson Grigg. The Starship Troopers soundtrack
Look at-
will
look
be
at-
amazing.
look at
as
those
you've already
ornaments.
seen, and
This is
that's why
classy.
we wanted to show it to you guys today, because we're pretty confident it will be amazing.
Yeah. And then we get to Panzer Corps 2.
Yes.
For example, B. Whitley said, the Spanish Civil War was fun, but it was annoying using the old tech. LOL.
Well, I mean, it comes down to taste, I think.
Lol.
The Spanish Civil War DLC.
What's up, Sinister
set
King? Welcome.
before
Good to see you all here.
before World War II, as well as all the other mini DLCs. So you get to use original units from the era, from the late 30s. It's really a different technology set. It's perfect. Personally, I love it, and so many others love it, but it comes down to taste. It's subjective.
But also Satarello
Yeah.
said that it's going to be an epic DLC.
Yeah,
So-
I'm pretty sure it will be.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
first
sure
time
too.
Panzer Corps goes to the Pacific, it's gonna be amazing.
Yes, I think so. Then we came to Valor and Victory.
Yes.
Yes, and we have other amazing comments, like Loon Striker, who says, okay,
Alola.
this is making the game interesting.
Yeah.
And
perfectly
then,
agree, yeah.
then Lancer34 said, looks like a lighter version of Lock and Load Tactical, but the game does look good.
Yeah, I agree.
We
You know,
agree.
as far as war games go, Valor and Victory does a really great job there. It has an innovative design, and it's very sleek in general, so great job, that's.
Yeah, yes. And then Battle Sector.
Yes, my favorite.
Yeah,
Well, not my
Necros
favorite, but I
has
really love it,
joined.
yeah.
Me too. I just joined Zliten, but I love Battle Sector 2. And I'm so happy that Necrons joined the battle finally. We have them. And we have other amazing comments that makes us sure that also our followers are loving them. For example, I'm going to search an interesting one. Helihumper117 said, "For the Emperor."
Of course.
What is this haunted Halloween?
Well, I mean, the
that
necros
camera
are for
angle.
For the Emperor, but
That's
yeah,
like.
why not?
And then
That's like from a horror movie.
Jika
What is that
Badur
angle?
says, "Now that's a jumper found in a tomb world somewhere."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
We agree. We don't know where
Yeah.
that jumper comes from. Then we also have other comics. For example, it's obvious due to Sororitas ITM mostly against Necrons plus 9th
they're talking all
edition,
about
opening
Warhammer
with
now.
Sororitas and Primaris versus Necrons. So Sororitas versus Necrons was to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, as people already know, we already have some sister battle units. But, you know, to be honest, our opinion was that we needed a third faction that isn't Imperium-based, because right now the only opponent is the Tyranids. So we wanted someone outside of the Imperium, someone that could face the Blood Angels.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Then we have Axi Gadur saying, "Looking good indeed." In fact, Satarel again.
Ooh.
They are looking like 3D models of the board table.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're based on them, so of them.
Yes. Then we went on, and some of our follower is complaining because he will not have holidays. Campaign Series Legion is saying no holidays for me. I'm sorry, my sweater maybe is not so appropriate in this case. Sorry. Then we had so many comments about Broken Arrow.
Broken Arrow, Broken
Oh
Arrow,
my
Broken Arrow,
God.
Broken Arrow,
Guys,
Broken
you
Arrow,
have
Broken
to
Arrow,
wait
Broken Arrow,
till
Broken
after
No!
5, but
Don't
we
tell
will
me to
think
wait.
about it.
I want it now.
We have a lot of comments.
Julia?
Yeah,
So don't go anywhere.
No, don't go anywhere. For
Yeah.
example, Jarv Melia said, "Broken Arrow boy." Etuvutia said, "Broken Arrow, Broken Arrow." And then Necrosmas. "Let's go, Broken Arrow gameplay hype." Wild Hacks. "Go show gameplay Broken Arrow." And then a word that we can't repeat.
Broken
live.
Arrow.
Yes, but so we have so many excitement about this game, so we are really happy. But
It's going to be a good game.
We have spoken about Distant World 2.
Yeah.
We have a release date finally. And for
People have been waiting for it for years now, so they can't wait.
No, in fact, Paul the Wolf said, "Distant World release date, yes, yes." Or, one of our followers said that Marco has mastered teletransportation because at the beginning he changed room. So good job, Marco. And then Panthom says that he is going to book 2 weeks of work for Distant World release. I think
that's real dedication.
Yeah.
I applaud that.
Yeah.
Maybe your boss won't, but yeah.
We don't know that. So we are. Someone get David a Santa's weather. Someone says also.
Well, I got the Necros one instead.
Yes,
That's better.
yes. And let's talk more about Starship Troopers because we have also other comments. Exception made for the one we already mentioned about the music. For example, I wonder how. No, sorry, this was a bad comment about the video, so I can't report it. Sorry. For example, it's nice when you know people who also love the IP are working on it, but put that TLC into something to make it as special as it should be.
Yeah, I think they're referring to Lucas wearing the mobile
uniform.
Infantry uniform.
Yes.
Lucas in his Starship Troopers outfit.
Yes, pretty cool.
Lucas deserves a raise.
But
give Lucas the raise.
About the games that we have already seen? I'm curious.
Well, it's all positive. I love it. I'm really eager to see what 2022 brings to us.
Yes.
We have seen so much awesome and cool stuff today, so it's kind of overwhelming, really. And we are not even there yet because we have even bigger announcements to come. So
yes, and we are so excited.
Yeah.
Not only for Broken Arrow, we have many other big announcements. And so you have to stay there. Oh, Joke83 says that fireplace is out of control.
Yeah, it kind of is. To be honest, it's super hot here.
Yeah, it's really, really hot, but I assure you that
I knew it was hot.
Under our control. Don't worry. Don't worry for us.
Yeah, that fire was
saying,
lit.
Damn, there is a lot of games. Yes, it's a lot of games. We know. Thank you. Thank you.
We know.
Oh, and one of our followers is saying about, I think, Flashpoint campaigns.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that this is out now, so I can finally talk about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some people kind of knew.
The fire is dead,
I
though.
don't know, wow.
Get a log on that
we
fire.
appreciate you kept the secret. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Yes, yes. Oh, and I'm seeing if we have other interesting comments. Oh, someone is saying, looks like it's got a bit too hot for Alberto.
Oh my God,
He was understanding that the fireplace is hot.
Between that and the lights.
Yes, let's talk more about the fireplace. What kind of wood did you use on the fireplace?
It's been burning all afternoon. So
where did you get the wood?
Yes, and I don't know. Can you say something about the Necrons?
No, talk about the fire.
No, for example,
Well,
that they didn't talk about.
Talk about the fire.
Well, if I say too much, Games Workshop would kill me, so I'd rather really not to. But there are some really cool units there. We only shown a few today because the models are being worked on right now, and we can't wait to show you more of the Necrons as soon as we come back in January.
Yes.
Probably in January, as well as the new campaign mode. The two things go well together because you can't play as the Necrons in the new campaign mode.
Yes.
You don't need to own the Necrons to play the new campaign though, so that's not needed. But of course, if you want more diversity, if you want more variety, if you want to be able to lead the Necrons into battle, yeah, you need to own the DLC.
Yeah. So you have to wishlist it.
Yeah.
You must.
Yeah.
And I think that you should stay there because we are going to have many, many other announcements. And we will also come back later.
Yes.
So you will see us again if you enjoyed this little part. And so what can we say?
See you later.
See you later, guys. And
Ciao.
Enjoy the rest of our Live Plus Winter Edition. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Please put a log on the fire. Don't let it die. Its memory must burn on. Here comes some more games. Oh boy, what is this? All recorded in-game footage. Oh, boys. You're gonna love this game. Yep. A new real-time naval strategy game. Ooh. Now this is one Jerry's gonna love. Oh, there's different refits. So this is an unannounced game, but I found out about this about 2 days ago, and this looks really damn cool. Because I think you get to work all the stations in modern ships, and you also get to play it, I think, like an RTS, I believe. But right now we're on a sub. A new modern submarine game. Oh my god, it's Disney Cruise Lines, the ultimate enemy. Fire all torpedoes. Ramming speed. Ooh, a drone. Yeah, this is modern stuff. This looks amazing, dude. I'll be dropping trailers for these games throughout the week too. So like today and tomorrow I'll put up trailers for these as well and break down my analysis a bit. That looks awesome. Oh boy. Their cruise missile knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. That is one sexy submarine, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe the name of this one is 3 words. Uh-oh. Here comes the microphone. I think that thing, it's going to lower down a little hose. That's not good. Russians. Yes, this is our first look at The Sims 5. Oh, there's a lot of civilian traffic to worry about, too. Oh, they're looking. Hopefully this is multiplayer. Yeah, modern naval warfare. Looks like we mostly get to be on a sub, but damn, that would be absolutely badass. I tried to look this up on Steam, so I'd love to know if it's multiplayer.
Did I lie when I said something big was going to come, and it's just the beginning?
That looks good.
Modern naval warfare now officially announced.
Really
I'm
floats
here
your
with,
boat.
Yanis and Dimitris Maslarinos, aka the Maslas Bros.
Exactly.
The creators of this wonderful simulation. Yanis, Dimitris, welcome to our stage. Well, we haven't had the opportunity to have the British people here, but luckily European laws still allow for within European travel. So
And so we came here and we don't have to change shirt like David every 5 seconds.
exactly. We don't have to call David and change shirts. So thanks for coming over, guys. This trailer looks amazing. Every time we watch it, we see like how great an experience it's trying to create. But can you tell us, first of all, what is modern naval warfare?
Modern naval warfare is hardcore submarine simulation.
Ah, okay.
At first, at least. Probably we expand it in the future.
Oh.
And we aim to simulate as much as possible the operation of a modern submarine in the world of the 21st century.
So it's really modern, like today.
Submarine simulations we haven't seen for a quite long time.
No, especially not modern. Modern's hard to do.
Had anything like that?
Yeah, something like 70 years.
70 years, yeah. That's quite an untapped market here. But I think that what you're trying to create is not only a submarine simulator here. We've seen from the trailer.
This looks amazing.
There's a lot more happening. What is it that that this grand scope of the game is about? Is modern naval warfare?
The scope, yes, the truth is really big. We try to model the whole world, we try to model underwater operations, we try to model surface operations, which at first it will be against you. Usually we try to model how modern sensors or weapons operate, and even how civilian traffic behaves with all these vessels moving around.
So the word is realism, right?
Yes.
I guess that's the...
Yes, that's the main point.
That's the main point. We have one first video I'd like to start from.
Okay.
The first video we are going to show you is an overview of the control room. First of all, you said submarine simulator.
Yes.
There's many submarines, so this is a nuclear submarine. What type of submarine is it?
It's the US Navy Virginia class attack sub.
Oh, the Virginia class.
Actually, we don't model the whole range. At first, we model only blocks 1 through 4. And there are slight details on
Look at that.
version.
You get to walk around in first person. That's crazy.
And
is this VR?
Block 5 and Block 6 are not out yet. We hope later on when they are released and we find what the technical differences, we can add them also.
So this is what we're seeing here is, you know, actually everything you see is interactive, right?
90%, yes. We don't simulate the valves, but everything else, everything operational-wise, yes, it is clickable. Now we are the helm of the station.
Yeah, this would be amazing in
they
VR.
call it nowadays, where you control the submarine, you give commands. We see the command console. It's where the captain sits. Some interfaces are up. The radar screen, for example, here. And now we
this has
move
got
to
to be multiplayer. This is a lot of jobs for an individual to do.
Left side of the control room, we can see how several sensors, sonar sensors are operating. And that displays what replaced the old periscope the old submarines used to have. It's called the photonics mast.
Photonics mast?
We're outside the submarine now?
Yes, we are on the outside world. That's in a US Alleiberg class destroyer. And we put enough detail for the, the outside of our submarine. Surface, of course, we put much detail on the civilian traffic because in past simulations the world was empty.
Yeah,
but,
true.
We gathered the GIS data that fills the world with real world traffic and ships.
One of the things you were mentioning earlier was that, you know, everything about submarine is about sound. So, you know, you took a lot of care about, you know, modeling the sound system in the game.
Yes, extremely long time we spent on that. We modeled the whole sea environment. We gathered a lot of real-world data, GIS data concerning sea salinity, temperatures on different areas of the world. And different depths at different times of the year, and we add all these together.
Are those phones for ordering a pizza?
With the ground and the elevation and elevation maps, and all these produce a complex model of how sound travels out of water, because sonar is the main sensor of the submarine.
Sound is effectively, you know, what is the most important part, you know, of the game. So when you say about civilian traffic, for instance, that's impacting sound. And,
of course,
you know, everything is impacting the sound. Yes. So sea salinity,
even the weather conditions, sea state, everything has an impact against the sound and what you hear on the sonar system. Yeah.
And that's impacting realism, as we said.
Yes,
obviously.
Yes.
So. You know, you mentioned realism. We looked at the inside of the you know, of the submarine. We were talking about, you know, how the game is played. So that every station is playable.
Yes.
How does it work with actual gameplay?
There are different ways to play the game. One of it is that you are the captain. Usually the captain doesn't man any station at all. So what the captain does is give commands left and right. In this mode, what you actually do is you let the AI handle each station, and you take the strategic choices or the tactical choices. The other way is that you can actually man one or more than one station and play the game from there. So you can actually do the sonar tracking. You can try to classify yourself the contacts and then move to the fire control station, create a fire control solution, then move to the weapon station, launch the weapon, control it to the target, and so on and so forth.
Well, the 3D model we've seen before was screaming VR. You know, is that part of the game, right?
Yes, it is, especially when you play the captain side. Because if you are on a screen on a single station, there's no much point there. But as a captain, yes, you can look around, look at the station you wish to address given a command to. Sorry, so look at the station, say do that and that, and go on with your life looking somewhere else.
That's really cool. As you talk about realism, you know, realism is not only happening inside the submarine, but it's also happening outside the submarine. There's a lot of research going into that as well. So the next clip is about actually, you know, going out there and seeing what's happening outside of the submarine. So you tell us a bit more about it whilst it plays.
Oh, wow, that is
we've got
beautiful.
Our submarine.
Look
It's
at that.
Somewhere outside the Philippine Island.
You read that as multiplayer? That's
at
good.
The moment. We'll
Multiple
run a
players on
faster
various
the time,
stations, also in VR.
So we can
Wow.
see how day progresses. We can see the stars moving. Their
Oh, wow, the stars move?
are real world and accurate, which means that if you select
That's
the location
amazing.
of the planet, select the date and time, you get the accurate position of stars and the moon.
Wow.
And apart from the night time lighting, all the lights on the ships observe normal maritime laws. So lights usually are as they're supposed to be. I think the video start again.
Look at
Video
that. That's
started
beautiful.
again, I said. Yeah.
Oh, that's not a problem.
It's not a problem. We can stay here for quite a long time, so it's not a problem. They came all the way from Greece, so
yeah.
Saying about the whole idea and the whole thing about the environment is that the player is actually on the real coordinates of a real world system. When you choose on your mission to put your ship, the coordinates are exactly the same as it would be in the real world.
I wonder if this is in
So
the
that's what you're
entire
saying, that the
ocean or if
stars
it's
and
just
the
like the
sun are
Pacific and
positioned in the
Atlantic
correct
along the
position, in the
coasts.
correct position regarding the time.
This looks
So if
amazing.
you move your ship to another coordinated system, you're going to see the stars and the whole world different.
One of the things that you've also modeled is exact, landscape and sea. So it's you don't do the whole world, but it's a pretty chunky part of the planet.
Yes, we've got at the moment our first map that we're going to release. It's the South China Sea. It's 1,200 by 1,200, 1,200 kilometers by 1,200 kilometers. It's a pretty big stuff, and we model the whole underwater environment completely. So if there's rock where you are at the moment on the bottom, you can see rock. Right here we can see sand.
Wow.
If there are trees at this point, you probably see the trees in our simulation.
This is incredibly detailed for a
we
submarine
paid
simulator.
more attention for the underwater environment because it affects also the way sound travels.
Of course. That makes a lot of sense, but it gives it a scope. I mean, you were saying before that anyway, ships are traveling pretty slowly anyway. So
yes, it makes for a huge area.
Huge travel.
Yeah.
If anyone of the Twitch streamers or YouTubers out there is willing to to run their ship from the bottom to the top of the map, how long they will take?
Have to calculate that, but let's say
a couple months.
For the max speed of the submarine around 30 knots, it will take
nuclear submarine.
Yeah, it will take something like 40 hours, 2 days.
Okay, 2 days, not bad. We could run a marathon for that.
Yes.
that'd be cool.
This is cool.
Well, we've seen the tech, a little bit of the tech and the research you've put in the game. What about gameplay?
Sorry.
How will the game unfold in the player's hands?
Okay, first of all, we've got a huge range of missions. The missions range from simple.
I just want to launch
down and kill him,
ASMs,
him, or whatever,
just fire anti-ship missiles and stuff.
To surveillance missions, to track missions, to insert special forces missions, and you are going to be in command.
Special forces insertions
or a single mission. Well, the video started right now. We saw here deployment of weapons, in this case. And
shooting stuff.
Yeah, the fun part.
Yes.
Oh, there we go, baby.
What are we shooting now?
Oh, baby.
We are opening our bay doors for the vertical launcher.
VLAMs. Woo! There we go. That's what I wanted to see.
Case. 3 of those. This particular block has 12 of these bay doors and 12 missiles.
Wow.
Along with torpedoes and mines and other.
This is going to be absolutely poglad.
Yes, it jettisons the booster part and opens the wings and starts the jet engine as a small jet aircraft.
Which is part of the realism where all the stages of the cruise missile
are modeled
and reproduced in front of you.
What is so missile is now looking for a prey?
Yes, At the same time, we've got a Harpoon.
Now we'll have to see how the Sea Whiz works for the ships, close-in weapon systems.
Earlier. And we've got a couple of torpedoes chasing a poor destroyer, which is hit.
Oh.
Are we hitting our own friends?
Yeah, it's for good reason.
Okay.
In this case, it's for demonstration purposes. I don't
We've gone
think
rogue.
they mind if they are saved.
Okay, so here is our target.
Yes.
So we're looking for an environmental disaster here.
Yeah, something like that.
Is that thing full of PS5s?
It's nuclear submarines and weapons.
I think that thing's shipping
we get any
PS5s.
Ecological awards with this game.
Yeah. So here's our missile trying to.
Yeah.
Look at that camera. That looks cool.
It turns on its last leg, last turn.
Yeah.
Our target is at the end. It got already hit by one of the earlier missiles.
No, there's PlayStation 5s on that.
It's homing in.
No,
at this point, it's
you monsters!
Actually working. It's really tracking the.
Don't do it.
The ship. Yeah. If something happened or it was a military vessel and it tried to spoof the missile, it might miss. But this.
Oh boy.
This oil carrier has no hope.
Dude, that camera is really sweet.
Yeah,
oh.
Go by ship and go by all the fish in the area.
Yeah, that's going down.
One of the things, talking about realism.
That's
guys,
a great camera, dude. Finally, a modern sub game.
It screams for.
I haven't been this excited for a submarine game since Cold Water. I really thought Cold Waters was amazing.
Helping you creating a realistic game.
That's mega pog.
So, can you tell us a bit more about where you draw the sources from without without being chased by the CIA?
Yes, thankfully our community is big for such a niche product, at least, and very, very helpful. We've got a lot of pros, sonar operators, submarine officers, and NCOs and stuff. Some active, some on reserve, some veterans, and a lot of academic guys. From all over the world. They've helped us a lot in order to push the envelope, and we're very proud to say that there are a lot of days that they look pretty amazed with what we did, and we are very proud about it.
I think this game is not being announced or seen for the first time. Publicly, it's the first time, but you've shown it for the first time in Stafford back in. Was it October or September?
Yes.
They did actually tease
some
it.
Military professionals, and I have to say they were really blown away by the quality of what you're doing.
That's what we heard.
Yes, to be honest, they are professionals. So we saw it. You don't get any claps because it's business for them. But afterwards, we got very, very, very welcome, and they were impressed with what we did. It is supposed to be the pro version of the product, but the difference is the trailer is similar. So we got even more proud for that.
That's great. Yeah, I mean they don't clap, but they smile sometimes.
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
So
and the best question is. Could I play that on my home computer?
Yeah.
Which means that they do like it.
They do like
yeah.
it.
What do I need to play this game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, a question I have to ask. How far are you?
Broken Arrow will be soon.
What are you thinking for a release date?
Okay.
Probably about.
Let's take a step
30
back.
to 40 minutes.
We've been researching the whole thing for 3 years.
Not very long.
And that's because we never got a replacement for our old modern submarine simulation game. After that, we have been working on that extensively for the best part of the previous 2 years, and now we are 2/3 in the way to finishing. We hope to release.
It's going to have co-op multiplayer and PC VR. Oh my God!
Fourth quarter next year.
Fourth quarter next year, so we got about a year to go. That's good.
Yes.
Guys, thanks for joining us. It's impressive what you're doing.
That's good. The later the better, because that means there's going to be actual good features in it.
Of the game, I am amazed by the amount of detail you put into this, and it shows you the passion you're putting into it. So that's great. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure is all ours.
And well, guys, this was the first announcement of the day. We are going to
world exclusive.
have more, of course, and we have, of course, Stargate coming in a few minutes as well.
Stargate,
there's
Pog.
Broken Arrow gameplay being
Broken
shown.
Arrow gameplay?
Before we
Pog.
get to that, I want to put a new game on the map for you.
Oh.
This game, to introduce this game, called Headquarters World War II. I am going to need the help of Mark Hardisty again, our World War II expert, or Hexpert, as it were, from Epsom. Hello, Mark.
Headquarters World War II.
You didn't change your
I didn't know. I've got to say, because I don't wear Christmas shirts, I did actually take my jumper off. But because I have another announcement as well, it would have meant I'd have been topless by the end. So
okay, so you'll be topless anyway, but in the next one.
Possibly.
That's going to be interesting.
Okay.
So, as I said, I'm needing your help here, Mark, for announcing Headquarters World War II. This is a game we want to put
what is
in
this game?
people's mind, where we don't have like fancy trailers or anything that comes with it, but we have a lot of visuals to show. Headquarters World War II is the next generation of
Headquarters World War II
turn-based tactical war game at Slytherin, and we're extremely proud to work with Starny Games on this product, using cutting-edge technology, super cool-looking stuff. So, tell us what is it all about, and we'll after that we'll jump into some visuals.
Ooh, trailer.
Yeah, well, it's turn-based. It's kind of more standard Slytherin type gameplay. We sort of say it's easy to play, hard to master. There's a lot going on under the bonnet.
Same with
very
me.
Sort of detailed routines going on, sort of working out what's there. So it's quite narrative driven. For example, we have a ex-military writer, published writer called Robert Lofthouse, who we brought on to help with the dialogue and just keeping it authentic. It's the Normandy landings, it's D-Day.
Ooh.
It's played from 3 perspectives. So we have a British campaign, a US campaign, and a German campaign as well. And as you can imagine, with everything that's going on at that point, they are very different, the sort of campaign objectives that you have, with obviously a lot of the German ones almost on retreat that you're playing. So yeah, there are 3 campaigns, roughly sort of 9 or 10 levels per campaign. Alongside there, we have skirmish and multiplayer, and there'll be the usual sort of play by email turn-based tournaments that we get going. It looks very pretty. It's not hex. It's grid-based. It's looking very pretty at the moment. We have sort of top-down gameplay, but we also sort of can drop into a free camera, and some of the vistas that we get within the game when the developers are sending over new builds. It's great because a new level means that I spend sort of 20-25 minutes just trundling about in a tank, taking a look at some pretty scenery, really. So it's looking very nice.
Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at just a short clip of.
I think we have something to show, don't we?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the scenery here. The first little clip about. This is all captured within the game, and
oh my God, we're gonna see pictures.
Camera, so no pre-rendered anything. But let us take a look at this first clip.
Headquarters, World War II, scenery. Ooh, that's cool.
So this is a port environment that we have. So yeah, this is all in-game stuff. We have animals. We have pigs in trucks. We have pigs, cows, and chickens so far.
You actually have to do logistics.
Having their own dynamics applied to them.
Wait, this looks like Anno 1800, but World War II.
It's a really rich environment. I mean, it's looking absolutely gorgeous. This is the environment we're playing in.
What?
In some ways, especially later, things are destructible within the maps. So you have these lovely kind of farmhouses that are eventually destroyed.
Yeah, the engine here we are using is Unreal 5.
Wait, I have more questions now.
And the goal we are having here is really to up the leveling graphics so that
Wait,
a lot
what?
more players are interested in checking it out. But also, it's not only for
World
being
War
pretty,
II farmer sim? I
as,
don't
as
know.
you were saying, most of this stuff is pretty and is also interactive, as it were, so you can actually interact with the environment. We've got a second clip showing some indestructible elements coming up.
Sure, yeah. I mean, there are buildings that you can put infantry in. There are walls and fences that obviously give cover. And depending on the angle that are being attacked will give sort of different cover. But yeah, it's all destructible, the buildings and the sort of cover.
Okay.
So
Here we go.
The sort of sandbanks, bags being smashed. There's a lot of wall action going on here.
Ooh.
It's all in engine, all in game.
This looks like a
done for actually
like a Men of War
stuff. So you
but like
see,
looks like Steel Division.
This truck, this tank coming down. This one is touching slightly on the side and destroying a little house. So it's kind of doing a lot of experimenting.
Well,
with,
it sure as hell looks great, but
what
the hell kind of a game is this?
When you destroy elements, what is it made for?
Well, I mean, for example, if you have a unit, some infantry in a house, obviously they've got good cover.
Turn-based, yeah.
If you are attacking them,
but like they had chickens and pigs, like what the hell?
Turn into rubble, and the cover will slowly sort of break down, and it's for them to either.
Do I have to like supply my troops with pigs?
More cover.
Insufficient
the levels
bacon.
were really pretty, and because authentically a lot of this would have been bombed before the battles are actually taking place. So the designers, through the next phase of the level design, they're basically going in and bombing these lovely sort of farmhouses and lovely sort of towns and villages. So when you actually come, it will be that authentic, slightly bombed out, smoke coming from buildings already. So there'll be a variety of sort of different buildings, some destroyed, some not destroyed. So the various cover will be present.
The game is I often call it some sort of battle sector, but in a historical setting because of the similarities between the two products. So in terms of forces you're going to control, of course, in World War II. So what is it that you're going to control within the game?
Yeah, so it's everywhere from kind of, we have because you've got kind of the three factions, you've got kind of British, the US and German. So it's your standard kind of infantry, artillery, your sort of tanks and transporters. Again, all authentic for those factions that you'll be sort of controlling across there. Yeah, so I mean, it's I don't want to say it's your standard World War II D-Day units that you'll be getting, but obviously rendered very prettily.
Let's take a look at some of the tanks in action. It's going to look pretty cool. That's also going to allow us to look at some of the damage system that we've got in place. Again, some testing on how they behave.
So various units. I mean, a tank will have a crew, so it can anywhere from sort of 3 to 5 people within the tank, and sort of tank armor is sort of accurately sort of modelled. So firing from above, as doing there, will have a easier chance of penetrating, and the damage you can lose crew members. So, for example, if your driver's killed, it doesn't render the tank undrivable, but your movement will reduce.
That was a mistake.
If your gunner is killed, then you might change from sort of 2 attacks per turn to 1 attack per turn.
You've got some pretty good model there.
A lot of very pretty tank-on-tank action. Again, this is all all within the engine. Within the game, you'll have the option of having sort of these kind of cinematics switched on. So when you are actually fighting,
well, that's a good explosion. Looks cool.
Kind of cuts, mini, just very short cutscenes.
Graphics look nice, which is great, but
show units.
I need to know more about this. The windmills.
Unit as well.
And
the maps look beautiful, and the vehicles and the models and stuff look good. But
nice looking sceneries there. Someone was mentioning earlier on in the chat, in the comments, that something was looking sexy. I think that if you like tanks, then there's a lot to be excited about here. But it's also, it's not only about how pretty it is, but we're really trying to model a combat system that takes into account some of the specifics of the single vehicles here. So it's not important, only important it looks pretty. The grassroots of what Slytherin is all about gameplay.
Yeah.
And we want it to be a nice game to play. Mark, one thing I wanted to just focus on for a second is the title, Headquarters. We call this game Headquarters, this franchise Headquarters, for a reason, and I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into that. Why did we call it that?
Overworld.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the game is the tactical warfare on the battlefield, but there's a lot of army management that can go on as well in between the various sort of scenarios and the campaigns. So you take units from mission to mission. Upgrade as you go along.
You can carry them along.
Each unit can have a different amount of skills that you can assign. So units will have different skills. Like the same tank could be given different skills. You have hero characters that you can add in to units as well, and assign the sort of Michael Whitmans to your sort of German tank, for example. And these are kind of carried through. And on the headquarters screen in between the levels, there's some sort of powerful sort of management that you can do with kind of removing, changing, swapping sort of characters around as you move forward.
Well, one of the things that is vital here is that this headquarters sort of element, this management element, sort of adds a little bit of an RPG, layer to the game, to the campaign. But also, you mentioned at the beginning that the game is narrative-driven. This is the first time we actually do a narrative-driven World War II game. A little bit of a challenge for us. And we've
narrative.
got, as I said, on board some pretty good writer to help us with dialogues and characters and characterization, which is very important. So it's
I will be a voice actor.
It's not only about the pretty sceneries and the turn-based battles, but there's a lot more that's going to happen around this game. So I'm where are we with development? What are we going to do in the next few months for the game, and when is the game going to release?
So hopefully the beta will be in Q2 of next year.
Oh, they got a little ways to go.
We're looking for a kind of a Q3 September 2022, and we're also looking at console, Steam Deck.
Oh, that'll be cool. Steam Deck.
Probably late 2022, early 23, which sounds a very, very, very long way away. But so this is moving to console as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the game system, as I said, is trying to sort of bring a historical flavor to some pretty solid, combat gameplay systems we've built over the years. So we've got kind of an experience in that, and we know that this is going to be our big challenge, to bring these systems to a much wider audience. And thanks to Starny Games doing an excellent job in bringing that flavor to some existing gameplay models that we built over the years. Mark, thank you very much for joining us. You've been great. Great to talk to you. This is not last time I see you today, right?
I'm hoping that I won't be topless for the next time.
All right. No, because it's a pretty important one. Mark is going to come back at the end of the show for I would say the big announcement of the day. We have
Broken Arrow.
Something super cool to excite you with,
or maybe something
so
else.
Oh,
another secret. Boy, it's Pog.
Next up, we have we're going back to the community lounge for a few minutes in a few moments.
Community lounge, get that fire going.
We will have the gameplay reveal of Stargate.
Ooh, Stargate, boys.
Will feature actual gameplay for the first time. Not only we're going to tell you more about how the game.
I'm guessing it's going to be a XCOM-like game,
and we'll have Neil McKenna joining us.
But we'll see.
To,
I could be wrong. It might not be
that.
turn-based.
We'll also have a gameplay reveal for Broken Arrow, a game we announced back in May, and that got a lot of positive reactions.
Oh yeah.
So we've got a left a full hour of enjoyment, so stick with us. I'll be giving back the mic to the community lounge, drink some water, and be back to you in a few minutes.
Boys,
see you later.
We are down to the last hour of the stream, which means all the big stuff's coming. So Stargate, Broken Arrow, this is going to be big. So if you're just tuning in, do not leave. There's going to be big announcements. This is going to be big. This has got to be Stargate right here. Or not? Or that was a teaser for something.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, guys.
Hi,
how
Julie.
Are you? Did you enjoy the last interventions and big reveals? We enjoyed them.
Oh, we certainly did, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was so amazing. So we are really happy.
Broken Arrow looks
and
like War Game, but
speak again with you.
We'll see how it differs.
Basically, we would like to do a recap.
But honestly, I'm not opposed to another like
Yes.
War Game.
We're
You know,
almost
like
at the
more
end of the
games
year,
like War
so
Game.
we
I
thought
want
it
more.
would be a good idea to,
I'm all for it.
to see how 2021 has been for Slytherin and for our fans.
Yeah.
So overall, it's been a great year. We've been super busy with so many releases, so many new players, so many new faces joining the Slytherin family. It's amazing. And to be honest, it makes me proud of working as Slytherin.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So we wanted to mention some of the games that we released in 2021 because it's been such a dense year, such a...
You have a list.
Yes,
so
I have a list,
a long
of course.
list.
Yeah, there are so many, to be honest, I couldn't remember. I couldn't commit them to memory, so yeah, I'm using a list.
Yeah, but you have a list too, so don't worry.
Okay. All right, so we started the year with the return of a beloved franchise, of a war game franchise called Combat Mission, Black Sea. The game was released previously on Battlefront, and we were able to release it on Steam as well. Then, of course, we had one of the major releases of the year. It was the return of a franchise which is really loved by Slytherin fans. I'm talking of Field of Glory 2 with Field of Glory 2 Medieval. But then we had a huge Matrix Games release, War and Days 2. It's possibly the biggest.
They're going to set off the fire alarm.
Yeah. I don't know if it's bigger than War in the Pacific. Yeah, they're probably comparable. Yeah. Then after that, we had two more really well appreciated new war games, Warplan Pacific and of course Valorant Victory, as you saw before. But then in May, we had our biggest release of the year. I'm talking, of course, of Warhammer 40k Battle Sector. It's been amazing to work on that and to see it being released because the reception has been kind of overwhelming, frankly. And it's been so great that we decided to make a console version.
Yeah.
Boy.
We're proud of
I think they poured
Battle
gasoline
Sector has
on
been
it.
the biggest release on console in Slytherin's history. Actually, Battle Sector is making history for Slytherin in two different ways, in the sense that it's also our first game on the Game Pass.
Yes.
And it's really
exciting.
It's been really great.
Wow,
really.
it was amazing to see it inside Game Pass. So
Yeah.
wow.
The other two new games that we released were Combat Mission Cold War and the
I
latest
played that
title
one.
of the Decisive Campaign series, Ardennes Offensive. That, of course, doesn't include all the DLCs and expansions. 2021 has been really busy for that as well. because we released new expansions and new content for Order of Battle, Armor Brigade, Fantasy General 2, Panzer Corps 2, Command, Field of Glory 2, and Warhammer 40k Gladius. Every time we release a DLC for Warhammer 40k Gladius, people go crazy, so of course, we continue to do that.
Course.
We hope to continue deliver new DLCs for our ongoing franchises in 2022, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
But there was another big event in May. I'm talking, of course, of the first Wargamers Live Plus event. It was a great success. It was the event in which we announced new games such as Scramble, Battle for Britain, Stargate and Keepers, the new Master of Magic, and Broken Arrow, of course. We know plenty of you are waiting for news about Broken Arrow, so
Broken Arrow.
We're getting there. Just a bit more
yes,
patience.
no much more time to wait. Don't worry.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a great year, but
give me Broken Arrow.
I think we're talking enough about the past. What can you tell us about the present?
Well, the present is really hot, I think.
Yeah,
it's getting hot again because the fireplace was switched off for a moment and it was so beautiful.
This fire never dies. I mean.
No, it's I don't know the fire that regenerates itself. We can call it. But of course, except for the hot fireplace, we are in the middle of the winter sale. You can go to our website and you will take the opportunity to take advantage of the winter sale till January 9th. So you have enough time to take advantage of it. And for each Monday, we will give you suggestions about the franchise you should buy, taking the opportunity
the
of
fire
the winter
is self-aware.
sale. For example, this week franchise is Gary Grisby's War in the East. So one of our biggest war games. So as you said before, go and have a look on our website, on our socials, and also on our newsletter, which will tell you about the following week's franchise.
Broken Arrow's coming soon, boys.
Go and have a look.
We're going to see the gameplay soon.
Of course.
Yeah.
World premiere exclusive,
So
first
we wanted
look.
to mention the tournaments because 2021 has seen a lot of tournaments. Yeah. So I have a list of champions that I want to mention.
Another list?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We love lists. All right, so we started the year with the Content Creators Tournament for Field of Glory 2 Medieval. This was a special tournament about influencers, and Steinballen won that. Then Eridor 08 won the Race to Victory Tournament for Strategic Command World War II, World at War. Malabar 26 won the Rise of Macedon Field of Glory 2 Tournament. Thrush Player won the Winter Clash Tournament for Fantasy General 2. Interesting nickname. If it's Thrush, I don't think it's Thrush if he won the tournament.
I think so, but I don't know.
Saber Hetman won the Open Field of Glory 2 Medieval Tournament. Fafnir won the Call to Arms Strategic Command World War I Tournament. Demonicus won the...
What is this camera angle?
It was the first tournament for Panzer Corps 2. Wevan won the Lizard Rebellions tournament for Fantasy General 2, which accompanied the release of the DLC Evolution. Snuggle Bunnies won the Rome Against the World Field of Glory 2 tournament. Lynxcom won the Weltkrieg tournament for Order Battle World War 2. Nazi Rat won the Reconquista tournament for Field of Glory 2 Medieval. Folklore won the Path to 1942 Panzer Corps 2 tournament. Praetor Shinzon won the Operation Overlord Valor and Victory tournament. Tyrannic won Byzantium Endures Field of Glory 2 tournament. Armida won the D-Day tournament for Valor and Victory. And Graf Leon won the Allies tournament for Order of Battle. Good job, guys.
Good job. Good job. Keep doing.
I mean, we know that you have a lot of competition, so these tournaments involve hundreds of players, so it's not easy.
No.
Speaking of hundreds of players, I wanted to mention the Panzer Corps 2 tournament.
Panzer Corps 2?
Because in September, on the same date as the start of World War II, we started our most ambitious tournament ever, which is the Panzer Corps 2 World War Championship. It's a year-long tournament which involves hundreds of players. Right now there are 365 players for 12 rounds, so it's truly epic. Right now, Adels 77 is leading, but it's such a short lead, so who knows what will happen.
Who knows?
Last but not least, well, we have some news regarding the tournament system.
Wow.
Yeah. We can give you more details about that right now, but in 2022, we will let you know what's going on there because we want to improve the system and give you more opportunities to engage in competitive playing with other formulas. But yeah, we'll tell you more when we're ready.
Stay tuned, guys.
Yeah. And then, of course, we just started a new Battle Sector tournament.
Wow.
It's the first tournament for Battle Sector.
Today, isn't it?
Yes, today.
Wow.
Today.
Can't wait to know who
Yes.
will win.
It will end in January, but we are planning to have many more tournaments for Battle Sector in 2022.
Wow. Wow,
Big-
wonderful.
big
may
plans.
take the opportunity of
Sure.
this community lounge to thank you, the influencers that are supporting us, not only today. We have more than 70 influencers that are restreaming our live, so thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
And I will say some names, for example, Angry Joe, Republic of Games, Helping Hands, Nocrum, Naraptor, Hugo Tester,
That's me.
Marlon Games in History, Das Tactic, Andrew Channel, and many more of them. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
But also,
Really? Helping
a big,
Hands is
big
restreaming?
thanks to the third-party stores that are
They gave us a shout-out,
selling our
chat.
games.
Pog.
I remember you that you can wish list the games you are seeing today on Steam and on our website, and also on other third-party stores. You have to choose your favorite
Helping
one and
Hands
have
is
a look
streaming.
if you can find our games. But of course, on Steam they are available, and so go and wish list them. And I will end
That was
this
us, chat.
intervention saying thank you to
She said the
Gov.com,
rep there,
Humble
yeah.
Bundle, Epic Games,
That's me.
Gemba, Games Planet, Gamersgate, Greenman Gaming, Fanatical, and last but not least, Move. So thank you, guys.
Thank
you. Keep supporting us.
Sorry, I
You're
think
welcome.
we're running out of time.
Oh my
so,
God.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been a privilege, it's been an honor, so
Yeah,
see you
thank you,
soon
guys.
because the big things are coming.
Yeah,
including
so
Big.
stay tuned and
Stargate.
prepare because you are not ready
Don't
to
go
know.
anywhere.
Be there. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Julie. And Alberto. They gave us a shout out. Did she say Angry Joe was streaming? That's a pretty big name. Oh, maybe he's on Twitch. Hold on. Chad, who else did she say was restreaming this? She mentioned me, Helping Hans, Angry Joe. I think she said Vulcan HD Gaming. Oh yeah, Angry Joe is streaming. Oh, that's cool. Angry Joe Show is restreaming on Twitch too. Now, since we're a little behind...
An incredible after.
Alright, there we go. We're just a little behind, so we can skip ahead. Alright, here we come. Here we go. Could it be Broken Arrow? What are we going to see next? Stargate, Broken Arrow. These games are going to be awesome, dude. Here we go. Big hype. Big pog. Damn, that looks amazing.
And we are back. We are back to for the last hour of great show. I'm super excited about this last hour. It's been an incredible afternoon.
Here it comes, boys.
I have
Big
to say,
hype.
the number of people watching us has
Big
been,
hype alert.
outstanding. We're super excited about the number of great fans and co-streamers, everyone watching us. So thank you for following us so far. I had my changes of dress as well. And
Damn.
Before
He upped his
we
game.
go into the goal of the afternoon, you know,
Broken
showing
arrow,
you
broken arrow,
gameplay
broken arrow,
of
broken
Stargate
arrow,
and
broken arrow,
Broken Arrow.
broken arrow,
I
broken arrow,
want
broken
to
arrow,
quickly
broken arrow,
recap
broken arrow, broken arrow.
what has been happening over the last 3 hours. It's been a long afternoon. So this is a video we built live whilst we were having the show. So,
Damn, they were doing a live remix?
Take a look and be amazed about a summary of this afternoon. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Home of Wargamers Live 2021 Winter Edition. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Marco. Hello, everyone.
Again,
the budget for our tree, the budget for the Italian tree, by the look of things.
There's an echo, but it's not me. Oh my god, I bet this is called... I already forgot the name. Space number 2. I mean, Distant Worlds 2. Yeah, that's right. Back to the Sweat Lounge. Yeah. Yeah, let's go to the Sweat Lounge. Oh, dude, are we going to see Lucas again? Show Lucas.
Commands, we want to give you a new and cinematic,
show Lucas, dude.
Also an authentic Starship Troopers experience.
Actually, Kajiro's cool.
Brand new.
Get it, baby. That's some damn good music, dude. They're doing a good. They did a good live remix. All this hype. Oh, come on, Lucas. Yeah!
Lead designer for Starship Troopers Terran Commands, reporting from the front line. The planet of Kawasha does have a number of larger cities.
I don't know what I feel. I don't know if I like this game that much, though. I don't know. I don't know if it'll be good. Oh, it's a great game, Lucas. It's a great game. I'm just kidding, dude. Everyone should pre-order this game now, immediately, please. Please. He's got to. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it's probably be fine. Oh yeah, the screenshots for. Oh, this look at that map. That looks just beautiful. That beats Company Heroes 3 for me, at least in terms of the overworld map. That is Panzer Corps 2 Pacific. Yeah, that looks cool. All right, we got breaking news upcoming, boys. If this doesn't interest you, hold up. Because Broken Arrow is coming soon, and that's going to be big. Broken Arrow is going to be big. It's going to be the next war game. I hope it's even better. See, this looked interesting. Like, this game does not look beautiful, but it's based on a board game, and so the fun comes with playing, like, 4D chess. In this type of game, you're playing 4D chess. And Valor and Victory looked cool too. Yeah, that's what the name that was. Oh yeah, the 40K. Adding the Necrons. Big hype. Big hype.
The second one from Panda about ICBM. Okay, I got to sing this one. It says, boom, 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 boom. Humanity is doomed as I'm launching nukes while sitting in my room. So, a Venga Boys tribute. I cannot read this. Just the beep. Yeah, just the last part says, very erotic robots about Battle Sector again. I don't know what to say about this one, but we don't judge. We don't judge anyone.
The Flashpoint Campaign's game system is used as a training and analytical software in professional defense environments. Southern Storm is its latest, most advanced commercial iteration.
I like this guy's narration voice. I wish I could narrate like that. Oh, this looks incredible. This is one to keep an eye on. Modern naval warfare. Enter a Subway, or a Quiznos, or possibly a Jersey Mike's. Naval warfare. Modern naval warfare. See, I don't know what to make of this game. Headquarters World War II looks cool, but I don't know what to make of this game. Like, they were showing that you could transport cows and chickens, and it's like, do I have to keep supply lines open? Like... And they only showed tanks, but they got a long way to go. They're obviously going to have infantry, AT guns. I don't know what this is. They don't even...
Honey Humper 117 said, for the Emperor.
Yeah!
Vutia said, broken arrow, broken arrow.
Also, yeah.
And then...
See you later.
I don't know what the title of that one was. Like, they showed, like, chariots.
Here we are.
Are we talking about a city builder based in Rome?
Of what we had this afternoon. As I think I counted the overall number of announcements we've made. We are going to make until the end of the afternoon. It's going to be 18 different things, and you know, every single bit of the company, from marketing to production to PR to artists and so on, have worked on this show very hard. It's not easy to put together, and I have to say, you know, big thank you to everyone who's managed to put everything together. That's you know, that goes out to them. And this specific video was made by one of our editor since 15 years. He's been with us, Alex Montrazi. He's
well, Alex just kicked ass in editing
Netflix
live.
Now,
That
so
was what? Whoa! They got a Netflix editor.
Big money,
Whoa!
Shortly, but you know, he's really real star. So thanks for to the team for putting all this together. Now we are here to talk about Stargate.
Yeah, Stargate will be
now,
first,
Stargate
then Broken
back
Arrow.
In May, at our Home of Wargamers event, and we announced it with this teaser trailer.
Oh, this already had like some teasers? From the producers of Warhammer 40K. Something. That was too fast. Battlestar Galactica lead that. Starship Troopers for your command. Comes a wholly new journey. That text is fast. Stargate Timekeepers. That was just a teaser, though. What's the game? I think it's going to be like XCOM.
Now, to talk about Stargate Timekeepers, I'm going back to Epsom, where Neil McKenna is joining us as the producer on the game. Hello, Neil.
Hello, Marco.
You got the Christmas sweater note then. That's
I did indeed. I got the note and I followed it to the letter.
That's great. That's great. Thank you for joining us, Neil. You're the producer on Stargate, so you're going to tell us a lot more about the game today. First things first, we announced the game back in May. What was the reaction that we got for announcing this?
Big pog.
Well, it's always a nervous time when you announce a game. You work very hard on it in the run up to launch. You've been working for a long time on the game before anybody ever sees it, and no matter how long you've been doing it, it's still a nervous time when you announce it. And in May at the last Home of Wargamers, it was certainly a nervous time. But we were delighted with the reaction to it. People engaged with it really positively, very excited, even though we didn't say a lot about the game and what we were doing with it. There are clearly a number of Stargate fans out there who've been very keen for new Stargate content for a long time, and they haven't had much to play with, and people were very excited about it. So we were delighted with the reaction, both in dedicated Stargate communities and perhaps our more core communities, the more sort of Slytherin wargamer types. Everyone seemed to react well to it. There were a few people who wanted to know more about the game because we didn't say an awful lot about the game. So hopefully we can address some of those things today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the first questions we got was, well, what is the game about? How does it work? How do you do a strategy game based on the Stargate franchise? So I guess you can tell more about it now.
Yes, indeed. So we are going for a real-time tactics game, which to a lot of our fans,
real-time,
entirely self-explanatory. But to
wait,
those
real-time
who
tactics.
Not,
wait,
you are controlling a squad of 6 players, not always all at once. A number of players per level. You have large playing fields through which you need to navigate your crew to achieve your objectives, which obviously differ from mission to mission. And I suppose the core pillar of the game is about getting by enemies, getting by guards to achieve your objectives and finding a way through dangerous situations.
Yeah, XCOM. That's what I was expecting.
Yeah, we've been saying a lot about making narrative-driven games today. That's like a common thread.
Where is Richard Dean Anderson?
I guess we're going to
give me MacGyver.
The gist of it, right? With Stargate, we are making a truly Stargate experience here, true Stargate experience, with a narrative-driven campaign.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to make a game which appeals to Stargate fans, and Stargate's DNA is films and movies. So we have to tell a story. We're telling a new story. We're not retelling an existing SG-1 story or anything like that. I've had a good read through of the material which will be going into the game. There's almost no dialogue in there today whatsoever. It's the biggest thing which is missing from the game, but I'm very confident that it's of a very high standard. Obviously, we work very closely with MGM to make sure that they're happy as well, and they go through these things very closely, come back with a lot of feedback, which is really helpful for us. So, yes, it's very dialogue driven, certainly. We want to make a game that appeals to Stargate fans as well as real-time tactics fans.
So the game, of course, the Stargate, Stargate franchise we're working on is the Stargate SG-1 franchise, the Stargate SG-1 TV show. So before we talk about the story of the game, which is the first part of what we're going to unveil about the Timekeepers today, let's take a look at what is the starting point of our new adventure.
Oh my God, trailer hype! The Battle of Antarctica?
My lord.
Oh God, no.
And is heading for the planet's southern pole.
Well, I'm DMCA'd. This is taken from the TV show. My ass is done. Thanks, Susan. Holy crap, that's a lot of ships.
Still looks great after all these years. This is Stargate SG-1 Season 7, Episode 22, The Battle of Antarctica. Neil, take it from here and tell us about the story of Timekeepers.
It is indeed the jumping off point for our story. It's probably one of the best known episodes from the TV series. It's a climactic battle between the Tauri, the Earth people, and the forces of Anubis, one of the Gould system lords. The Earth people are on the verge of discovering ancient technology, which will make them much more powerful and a dangerous threat. And Anubis sends his forces to Earth, to Antarctica, to try and stop the extraction team from saving that equipment. It's one of the best regarded episodes, I think, in the entire 10 series of the TV show. Very highly rated. I think it's about 9.5 on IMDb. It was a pretty spectacular episode as well. I think originally it was written, the plot of this episode was written as the plot for a potential second Stargate movie, which obviously didn't get made in the end, and it got reused in the TV show. So it's a big, spectacular battle. I don't think I'm spoiling anything by saying that Earth win a stunning victory, and it changes the balance amongst the remaining system lords for the remainder of the series. So it's a very fondly remembered, very big episode, and it forms the jumping off point of our story. Our story doesn't retell the Battle of Antarctica, but it starts in the aftermath.
So was that Hoth? Is that what that was?
So
I don't know much about Star Trek, so
you can see there's a new artwork for
Ooh, that looks pretty.
And this is telling a lot about the game itself. And I would like to use this as a starting point to tell more about the new characters we're introducing, and there are the main characters of our story, of the Timekeepers story.
Indeed. So our captain there, the largest figure, is Eva McCain. She is one of the Tari people and sort of a very strong leader on whom the rest of the crew depend very much. Next to her is Max Bolton, who is the sniper, who does all the usual sniper things. Next to him, we have Sam Watson, who is the technical officer. He uses technology to his advantage a lot. He is very good at infiltration, at mind reading, at disguising himself as other characters. So he's a vital member of the team. Below that, we have Atar, who is one of the Jafar resistance, who plays an important role, and we'll see a little bit of her in a bit as well. We have our Unas character, who is Zuga there. He is something of a berserker, a blunt weapon, who also has a very cute pet, who I look forward to showing at some later stage. And last of all, we have Derek Harper, who is
I think he means the drone guy.
Who is
who has a cute pet?
Scientific, not much of a fighter himself, but employs drones and.
Oh, the drone guy seems cool.
Alter the balance of technology from a safe distance.
So there's quite a diverse team here. Of course, each member has its own qualities and specialties and skills. We are going to introduce all these characters as we approach release. But the first character I'd like to focus on is Eva, of course. She's the main leader of the team. So tell us a little bit more about her and how she's leading the team.
So yes, Eva is our leader, and as a leader, it means she is perhaps the most widely skilled character overall. She's been drawn there with binoculars in her right hand. She is the only one who has the skill where she can look at a point on the map and see which enemies can see that point, so where the danger is coming from. In her right hand, in her left hand even, she's holding a rifle, which she can put to devastating use with short bursts of fire here and there. Sometimes there's only one way to solve a problem. She can also use bullet cases to distract in sort of the classic manner of real-time tactics games, get guards looking the other way for a few seconds. She's a skilled radio operator and also very deadly in approaching enemies from behind. She can approach stealthily, take people down quickly. And she also carries stun grenades around. So she's a very well-rounded character. As the narrative unfolds, we understand more about her existing relationships with the other crew members and the backstory to that and what drives her forwards. And later on in the story, we understand just how much she is prepared to sacrifice to get the mission completed, but can't say too much about that today.
Yeah, don't spoil much. That's why when we're going to show gameplay today, we're going to show only clips for Mission 1 and Mission 2 because we don't want to give too much away.
Oh, we get to see missions.
This is still going to give us enough variety to show about the game because, well, we said about Antarctica, and then we've got another environment to show. But let's start about this thing about the environments. I think they play a big part in the game. So we have quite a few images of how we studied the guys at Creative Forge studied the environments to make them look as interactive and cool as possible, but also adherent to what the TV show is about. So let's start from the Antarctica one, and you can maybe explain what we're saying. So this is here you go.
So, as I said, the jumping off point for our story, it starts in the aftermath of the Battle of Antarctica, but the battle is perhaps not entirely won at this point. There's still some forces of Anubis that need need stopping before they can neutralise the SG-1 team. Set in Antarctica, so it's exactly as you would expect. It's very cold, it's very snowy, it's very blue-white. It means that you don't make an awful lot of noise as you walk around because it's windy, it's snowy, but it does mean that you leave footprints in the snow around you.
Oh, that's
which,
interesting.
Obviously, can be spotted by guards and can give your position away, so you have to time very carefully where you're moving. An environment such as this is an ideal starting point for the story because the enemies are relatively easy to see against the background as well. We have sort of things like coal warriors and easily spotted against the background. So it helps you get to grips with the basic mechanics of the game very well, and is an ideal environment to start the story in.
And then the next one we're going to see is the environment that's the Mission 2 environment, which is completely different. As you were saying, the game's about visiting different locations, different planets. How does that work? How does that work in terms of how's the game panning out? Visiting different places, then going back to the same places, because it's a time loop, right?
That's right. The time loop is one of the most interesting parts of the game, and as you progress through the game, you will discover the existence of a device called the time loop, which allows you to go back to previous areas and retry them with new skills or perhaps different team members, which can be crucial to the successful completion of the story. Can't give away every detail about that, but it's vitally important that you master that and sort of you observe what you did wrong last time and learn from that and sort of leverage that into sort of more successful runs the next time around. With a game where or an IP like Stargate, where
save scumming, yes.
Sort of
that's your time loop.
Planetary travel is such a large part of it. Obviously, that frees us up to use lots of different environments, and we'll see in the clips we're about to show that interacting with the environment is a crucial part of getting any mission done. So we have missions of in the day, at night, snowy, foresty, ancient temples, on fast-moving vehicles, indoors, underground. We have a whole range of environments which all present
vehicle combat
and indeed challenges.
So shall we jump on the first clip and show the game?
Gameplay?
Let's do it.
Woo!
Let's do it then.
Oh, there we go. Ooh, that looks damn good.
Yeah, go for it, Neil. Explain what we're seeing.
So here we have Eva creeping up, and this is towards the end of the level. You can see the wreckage of one of Anubis's spaceships on the ground.
Oh, this kind of plays out like
guns are still functional.
Oh, it plays out like this. Like Desperados or Commandos.
As I said, Eva is very good.
This plays out like Commandos.
She can take people out either violently.
Oh, or yeah, like War Mongrels.
She tends to prefer.
Oh, I was expecting XCOM.
You can see the view cone of the enemy guards there.
That's cool.
Real-time tactics
Up to
game.
6 players, holy crap! Or well, 6 characters,
so
which is like.
Solid part is where any movement will be detected, and the broken part you can generally crouch through, and you will not be detected.
Yeah, Blades of the Shogun, I think, is the other one. Shadow Tactics, yeah. That's great.
Now looking for the bullet casing and
that's cool.
Landed, allowing Eva to sneak past. We are observing this guard walking around the top and coming round at the moment. It is a central pillar of the game that you
knock his ass out.
You can only work out the answer by seeing what the guards are up to and learning their patterns and what their weaknesses are. So
oh, yeah, get him.
This guy's probably not moving.
Oh, that's right.
On him.
Knock his ass out.
He goes too.
Ooh, she's tying him up.
We can leave the body there because there is nobody looking. Quickly kick down the environment. 2 bad guys there.
Oh, she shot him.
Sometimes that's the only solution.
She shot him with her rifle.
Burst fire takes care of those 2. Eva is a fairly stealthy character, so even when she's firing,
no, that looked cool.
The noise doesn't stretch too far. And
that's cool, dude.
Of,
dude, they should have showed way more gameplay. That actually looked really cool.
To be tackled, but we're not giving
I love those types of games.
Yeah, you know,
War
we've seen a
Mongrels
tiny
is a
bit
highly
of,
underrated
the
game
gameplay
too.
and how
So if
it
you like
works,
War
you know.
Mongrels,
I would say the basics, right?
Timegate's
You know, the very basics
Stargate
of,
Timekeeper is
what
just
the
like,
game,
whoa.
what the game, how
That
the
was
game
that
works.
was a delightful
You
surprise.
know,
I was
as I
expecting
said, a tiny
XCOM.
bit. You know, how big
I'd
are
rather have
these
that game.
levels? How big are these scenarios?
Like
How many
this,
of
like
them
how
are
it
there?
is.
The
That's
levels are
Pog.
really big. There are 14 levels in total.
That's a lot of
I would
levels.
say that it would take a decent player familiar with the genre, probably on average something like about 16 hours to complete the game on a first run through. So over an hour a level. They're big things. Obviously, your objectives are broken down into smaller groups, so you're not bombarded with information and 20 different objectives that you need to fulfill as soon as you start. It's broken down into much more manageable chunks, and you never feel overwhelmed by the levels. There's always a relatively coherent block of gameplay in front of you that you can work out and think, right, okay, this is what I've got to do next. And this is how I'm gonna
Desperados is really
approach it.
cool.
But yeah, the levels really are big things.
Okay, I like that they went with that
What are we
style.
going to see next?
Because that's
you know,
cool.
It's still Eva doing her own thing, but with a little bit of you know, of extra stuff.
Yeah, so this is chronologically later in the story. This is indeed Mission 2, which does follow on from Mission 1, certainly. As I've hinted, not all missions are chronological.
This is the environment, by the way. This is
Indeed. This is the forest world of Haktil, which is Eva's mission here is to escort the convoy, which is designated for some Jafar rebels. Not much resistance is expected, however, plenty of resistance is encountered. So, Forest World, very different challenges. It's harder to see
Moose.
what's going on.
Buffalo?
But, there's also other places to
Muffalo.
hide, such as a forest.
They call it a bison, but that
The game
is
being
not
developed
a
in
bison.
Poland, so obviously we've got some bison in there. I think it reminds them of their homeland.
Wait, there's
I don't
bison
think
in
we see any
Poland?
bison today, which is a terrible shame. We've had pigs, cows, and chickens already, but I don't think we're seeing.
No
any
bears, chat. No.
Right, so let's jump on the gameplay clip then.
Oh yeah, give me more gameplay because that looked good. Please, more Stargate. Oh, that looks cool.
So here comes Eva again, the bison just out of shot there. Her first objective will be to get to that bush. Any character can hide crouching in a bush, regardless of where the bush falls within guard's view cone. So we can see what the guard can see there. A brief hint there of Eva using her binoculars and showing which guards can see that point. So the bullet casing is tossed over there, which is just enough to distract that guard for a few moments and into the next bushes. A few more characters here. We can get as close as we like to them in the bushes. And again, we can see that point there, two of the guards.
Yeah, this is ancient Canada. Like 70s.
Especially good
old, long
vision,
ago.
so whilst they're looking from side to side, they do remain
Yep.
vulnerable.
Knock his ass out.
Again, Eva takes him down quickly, ties him up. Nobody is looking for now, but they might be looking soon. So pick up the body, dump it in the bushes where it can be hidden. You can dump a body pretty much anywhere. Some are a bit more grisly than just shoving it in the bushes. We move on a bit, and here's a quick example of the teamwork as we have Atta, our Jafar girl, appearing.
Knock them out.
These characters will be controlled by you. There are no sort of unplayable characters. You will select your crew beforehand. A quick example of Eva's flashbang grenade there, and takes out two guys quickly. Atta takes one, Eva takes the other. Guard's got this pretty well covered, but you can see in the broken view cone we can get behind that truck if we take it nice and slow.
They're doing some logging here, brother. It's got to be Canada. Amen.
Let's get them looking away.
What in tarnation?
Oops. Yeah, that's we won't play it from the beginning. Yeah. So whilst we rewind the sort of fast forward the stuff we were showing, that's when we are starting to see some more variety in interaction with the environment. Which is interesting to see. You were saying that you play with both characters, so you are actually controlling every single member of the squad. So how do you plan your move? It's all in real time, right?
Absolutely. I would stress that we've hidden all the user interface just to make a sort of more clearly understood video today. But we do have a mode where characters can queue up orders. Where characters can queue up orders, which are then executed simultaneously. So three characters can plan actions.
What do they call that? Active pause?
And an action, which will then be executed simultaneously.
I don't even know if I call that active pause.
Really well.
Tactical pause. That's a better name.
Because it's worked brilliantly from day one. Here we see an example of what you're referring to, of interacting with the environment. Hey, and off you go. That's that guard's watch over. Stargate was a series which was never afraid of getting a bit of humour in there, and we're certainly trying to reflect some of that as well. So if the odd guard can't meet a comedy end, then what good is it? Is right in front of that guard, he simply can't see, so we don't need to worry about him too much. Creeping up, no real sound, so take care of that guy. And then a little bit more environmental interaction coming up, and look out, those guys at the top of the screen.
Oh wow, well they're dead. Oops.
So yes, there are
F's in the
many
chat,
ways
boys.
to solve problems, and the environment offers some good ways of solving some of those problems. I think there's going to be a lot to play around with and explore, and we certainly don't want to make a game where there's only one solution. There will be multiple solutions to find your way through any challenge.
Yeah, it's a big game design headache, right? To come up with all these little things you can do, but also give the opportunity to the players to actually play it, how they want it to be played. So it's an interesting challenge you've got in your hands.
Indeed, it is. You're absolutely right. It's a very big challenge at this end, but it's what you have to do to really allow the game to shine and give it replayability.
True.
People have to go back and replay levels, so there has to be more than one way of doing it.
Yeah. Neil, a question that we all ask, I ask it about every couple of weeks. Players are probably asking it now in a chat. I don't read the chat, but where are we with development, and what is the plan for beta and for release of the game right now?
So we're pretty much content complete in terms of the levels. There are, I think, 13 of the 14 levels. The environments are complete now. Design passes are done. So the game is pretty much playable from start to finish. As I said earlier, the biggest thing that's missing at the moment is the dialogue, and particularly the voiceover, as it took us a while to find the right voices, which I think we've found now. So Creative Forge are going to be very busy recording that at the start of next year. I would be hopeful that we could be in beta towards, I think, late March, early April 2022. So not too far now. As for a full release, well, obviously it depends what we find in beta, what people think's good about it, and dare I say what they might think is not good about it. But I would be hopeful that we could be looking for a release in about July, August of 2022.
You say July, and a date springs to mind. Next year is don't look at that date there. There's a Q2 2021 beta. Hopefully, it's not gonna. That's I think it's supposed to be 2022, but you were saying July.
I can confirm that did not happen, yes.
You were saying July. Next year, there's a big anniversary, Neil, for Stargate SG-1.
Oh.
Next year is the 25th anniversary of the debut of Stargate SG-1 on our TV screens. So, yes, we would love to get our release as close as possible to that milestone.
Yeah, and you said 25 years old, and I feel like my hair have gone somewhere, but I don't know where exactly.
I was already working in video games when Stargate was first on our TV screens last. Yes.
Yeah, but Neil, thank you very much. I think it's great to see that the game's coming along so nicely. The team at Creative Forge is a very experienced team in this type of game. They have done quite a lot of
Broken Arrow
real-time tactics products.
It's almost Broken Arrow time, boys.
This is going above and beyond, and both visually and from a gameplay perspective, we're super happy about where we are right now. Are we?
I've always been delighted with the feedback I've had when I've shown the game internally, and nobody is obliged to be nice to me, and we can be honest. I've been taken back time and time again by how much people have liked it internally. Creative Forge have worked so hard to get to this point, and particularly in the last few weeks to get us something to show today. So I'm feeling very confident for next year and for a good quality release.
I'm actually more excited for Stargate than
I will see you soon.
I thought that was just going to be XCOM. I'm glad that it was more of a Commando style.
Stargate. This was the first bit
Star
of reveal
Commandos.
to show. You see that now there is a
Broken
an
Arrow
extra chair
now
just beside me. Because it's time to showcase the next game,
Broken Arrow.
Yes!
It's now!
Very excited to introduce this game to you today. Again, a game that we have announced in May during the Home of Wargamers event. And
here we go.
Before we welcome our guest, I would say
When is now?
Let's play again the trailer we have announced the game with back
Broken
in
Arrow
May,
time.
And,
Here we
that
go.
was the gameplay, the trailer we used
Here we go.
back then.
All right, this will be the same trailer from before, but this is just to introduce that. It's Broken Arrow time. All footage captured in engine. Divide. Now, a lot of people think this is going to be like Russia versus the United States, but this is actually the Disney Corporation versus Amazon Plus. Now the corporations are fighting. This is what happens whenever you get a DMCA strike on your YouTube video. Nuclear launch detected. Here we go. This is it.
And this was Broken Arrow. And to talk about Broken Arrow, I've got here with me Felix Aber, Creative Director of Steel Balalaika.
Hello, Marco.
Hey.
Glad to be here.
Hello, Felix. Good to see you.
Whoa.
It's been, 7 months ago we've announced the game.
He's got a braided beard, bro.
A lot of people have joined the Discord on Broken Arrow. Quite a lot of people.
Yeah, we got every day tens of people coming in to our personal, our private Discord, where everything started, and it's continuing to grow. So it's really pleasing to see.
It's really exciting. And Felix, before subscribe to the Discord, of course. You guys, that's a good way to keep up to date with the game. But just because not everyone may be familiar with Broken Arrow out there, can you tell us what Broken Arrow is about?
Yep.
So the future of games.
Real-time tactics / strategy game. It's set in a modern, realistic environment, so we're talking about 21st century warfare here. Mix of tactics and strategy, because this is a game where you have a deck system, you build your army before starting the battle, and but the problem of this kind of system is that it's very inflexible, rigid. Once the game has started, you cannot change your plan. So we have decided to bring some elements of the RTS in the mix to offer the player some more flexibility.
Oh,
so you have
so there's
a simple
a strategy map and
that allows you to bring reinforcements on the battlefield.
Just like how War Games campaign
back
worked.
To the base to get
oh,
some
this is big.
And call new units instead. So we're not talking about the classic resource gathering and tech tree things. We are really focusing on combat still.
Well, to properly introduce the game, you've brought us a nicely edited clip which works as an intro video for our talk. So let's take a look, and then we can come back and talk about the game more deeply.
Hell yeah.
Great.
Gameplay. Ooh, that looks beautiful. Look at that. And that's the alpha version? Ooh, this looks clean. Oh boy, they're gonna level that entire apartment block. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a little bit of regiments in here. Obviously a lot of War Game Red Dragon here, but yeah, the whole deck system. But this is modern stuff too, so, you know, War Game was Cold War and a little, you know, kind of a little late post-Cold War, but this is post-Cold War, though. I mean, depending on the story, maybe the Soviet Union's still around. I have no idea. We could be mini missions based on like the late 80s to the 90s and 2000s. Although I think there's futuristic stuff in here too, so it could be maybe 85 to like 2025 or something if they get in prototypes and such.
For nice music.
They can pick and choose.
Yeah, it's composed internally by we have our own composer.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Hey, Evgeny.
So you see internal chats going on here. I've kind of seen that probably, you know, the military experts have seen some units they recognize. So you probably want to tell us more about what are the factions involved and what you can use in the game.
USA and
so
Russia
all
probably
two
so
are
far.
The USA and Russia.
Yeah.
And they already totalized more than 200 units actually, just for these two nations. So we have infantry, vehicles, helicopters, planes, a few landing crafts. So yep, quite a lot of units for these two nations.
And you were saying about the deck before, which is, you know, a big part of the game, right? You
Absolutely.
know, building your own deck. So let's start from here. We have 3 actual in-game clips that are actually captured from alpha footage. So everything we show today is very much alpha, so don't think this is final, but, you know,
looks good if it's alpha.
See some big hints of what the game's going to look.
Yeah, we're showing the game as it is. So
although I feel animations
like
are much more important than graphics.
So first clip, let's take a look at the deck building system.
Oh my god, this is big. Unit customization for Broken Arrow.
Okay, so here we are in the main menu of the game, and we will pay attention more particularly to the Arsenal tab, which is the place where all the units of the game are stored. You can watch the 3D models.
I see Marines.
Statistics, compare them.
For the US, Soviet or Russian Marines.
Us more is something more dynamic is the
VDV
part. So to create a new deck, you select one nation, so here the USA, and then you can see there are 4 specializations for each nation. They are different for each of them, and you have to select 2
So
of them.
Marines.
So 2 out of 4, that makes 6 possible combinations.
Like support, probably
6
infantry.
archetypes of decks that will give the general
Infantry,
shape
tanks,
of
support, and
what
aircraft
you
or
will
something.
be playing. Once you have selected your specialization, so your archetype, this is not over. You have 7 categories in the deck that have a different number of slots, and the number of slots depends on the specializations that you have selected. So these slots, you will put units in them. The number of slots is like a diversity limitation, because you can put only 1 type of unit per slot. If you want more different units, you need more slots. And there is also a quantitative limitation, which is the number of points that you can put in each category. Here again is limited depending on the specialization that you have selected, and depending on the price of the unit. So these number of points correspond to the price of units.
Nice.
So you can have a high
look at all those
variation
aircraft.
of units, but if they are all
Chinook,
very expensive, you will not be able
Strikers.
to put a lot of them every time.
Okay, in the battlefield. And there's a lot of customization you need, because you said 200 units. These are only the base units, right? Then you can customize them.
Yes, exactly. I said 200 plus because I've stopped counting a moment ago. This doesn't include the specialization, of course. Like here, we have an Abrams tank changing the armor. Yeah, technically that's changing the statistics, but nobody will tell you that this is a real unit, you see. So this is 200 plus real different units, and then all the customizations on top of that. That's why I've stopped counting.
Yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
Generally, the customization, you have, well, you can see armor, an extra self-protection weapon. You can change the type of ammunition for artillery. You can change the sensors to something more or less modern to see better on the battlefield. So really a lot of
you can actually modify the
all the people who
wow,
love
that's a lot of
deck building will
customization.
be really happy with this system, where you can go always further, more in detail.
That's a lot of customization for your decks.
army.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it looks like this is almost like a game on its own, right?
Yeah.
You know, it just feels like you're playing. This is the first part of your game.
There is it's the pleasure of the mind, and then the pleasure of the eyes and the ears when you see them fighting.
What the hell is that?
I'm myself a big Magic
Is that
player.
an artillery gun mounted on the
your
back of a
deck is
truck?
a big part of the game.
Yeah,
I'd never seen that before.
We're going to see
They
some
actually
more
mount
planes
artillery onto
here as
Humvees
well.
like that?
Building the models so that they can be modified. How hard is that?
Well, it complexifies things a lot, in fact, because instead of having a single entity
the
that
longbow, that's
you
sexy.
can easily manage with all these characteristics, that forces us to split it into different
You can get an on-station AC-130U
to
Spooky 2?
destroy
Oh my
together,
god.
and etc. So it's
Bro.
increasing the complexity of the development, of course, but this is really something we wanted to have, because customization, this is the essence of 21st century units. The
fact that you can call that into the battle and not have it...
And since we wanted to represent...
That means that it has to fly into the battle, and like you have to make sure it doesn't get shot down. It doesn't just shoot from off map.
One thing I can help noticing in the deck building, well, when you show us the main menu, is that there's an editor in the game.
Yes,
editor.
So we have a video for that, but can you
an
tell
editor?
us how did you implement the
mission editor
for the mission editor?
Oh,
so
it's
a mission editor. Which is both a development tool. So we are using it to create the solo content of the game at the moment, and this is also
you're gonna let the modding community
a tool that we will deliver to the players once the game will be out.
Oh my god, that means
we can take a look.
The frickin' Steam Workshop is going to go crazy. Oh, there's going to be so many last stand missions and like defense and...
You have... do we have the video? Yes. You launch a map.
Oh,
you place
dude,
the elements
that's big.
By the scenario on it. So
that's big.
Either you can pre-place the units, you place triggers, objectives. You will have spawn points for the enemy or for yourself if you need it.
That means you can reuse the
And
maps multiple
once you
times for
have,
many different
positioned
missions.
all the
That's
elements you need,
awesome. That's awesome.
Then we have a visual scripting tool that will allow you, well, to link all that into a script and have like dialogues and things like that.
This is not as complicated as it looks either.
This is the tool we're using, and this is we make 2 rocks by 1 bird. No,
so like you could have it so that way if somebody advances, then it spawns tanks and this is how it's going to work. Because at a certain point, enemy tanks will spawn and then push forward.
For the community to
that's
be able
cool,
to
man.
express its creativity through the game.
Yep, there it is.
Sure, yeah, I think the this is
obviously this is sped up though.
Potential of how big a general growth
is massive. The fact that they're going to have a mission editor is cool as hell.
We've got some time left, and we brought something very special.
They called it a scenario editor.
10 minutes of actual
10 minutes of actual gameplay?
Yeah, I thought people would like to see a bit of the game.
Yeah, that's making a lot of sense, Felix. So we're now launching 10 minutes of gameplay, and we're going to talk over it. So you're going to see the game in full action.
We're going to. I'm going to have to make a video after this. This is massive.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Now I hope they have a campaign editor, because if they give you like a world map, like a section of like Germany or something like that, it'd be so cool to like do that.
How we did these videos,
to do a bunch of missions within the scenarios within that.
Previously, we played them and we recorded them, and that's it. That's what you have.
That's
so
nice.
It's really it's cut sometimes, but non-edited content. So this is what you will play with.
You make it sound very easy.
Well, actually, once you have developed the tools, that's the idea of the tool. Make the creation easy.
Yeah.
So we really hope that, since it's dedicated to be played, to be used by players, we want it to be easy to do.
Yeah.
Well, of course, there is a lot of work remaining, but you will get a good feeling of the ambient.
Well, one of the things about Modern Warfare is that the battlefields are huge.
That looks good.
Right? So you've got to think about this.
I like how it's a tight battle group, although
like, World War II close encounter.
You're gonna have a bad day if a bomb gets dropped on you, but still.
Modeling that.
You also want it to look cool.
Can you tell us a bit more about the size of the maps and how they how the battles pan out?
It's really not an easy choice.
Oh, look at all that morning fog in the mountains. That's
the real
amazing.
range of modern weapons can go over hundreds of kilometers. So
yeah, I think it's foggy just because of the time of day. Like it's an early morning fog or something. That's cool.
Both infantry
or it's
fighting
the fog
in a building
of war. The pog of war.
Less than 100 meters sometimes in urban combat, and super long-range missile that goes several hundreds of kilometers. So we had to choose a scale. We tried to find the scale that allows to feel both, to feel the close quarter intensity of the infantry, and the extent of the missile range over several kilometers sometimes.
Here we see also a lot of the UI. How final is that UI you're seeing?
For instance, on the top left you have the purchase menu where you can see the 7 categories. So I will go a bit over there a bit later.
Yeah.
On the top right, you have interesting thing. You have the time controller, like you can speed up or slow down the time. You can even pause the game if you want. This is possible thanks to these buttons. We in fact we didn't demonstrate them because we play in.
Look at those choppers, baby!
They're already functional. Then you have on the bottom right when
I hope buildings can be individually garrisoned too. I hope it works more like how it does in Company of Heroes, where you can like occupy a building and also choose which side to occupy too.
This one is still work in progress because we still have some features to add.
Apartment buildings are massive, so to put like a
so these are the basic
I don't know 12 men, 24 men, or something inside of a building.
In the middle, you have
not a lot compared to the size of the building.
So this one is regroups the information about your units. You can manage each weapons When a weapon has multiple types of ammunition, you can manage the types of ammunition here. So if you want, for instance, to avoid shooting your missiles, you turn off the missiles and just use the machine gun, for instance, or generally the tank shells. Yeah.
Yep,
so
looks like the crops on field 14 are ready to
itself.
harvest. Yep.
The little picture you see is placeholder. It's either always an Abrams tank or some work in progress art.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So some of the assets here are still missing. And in the bottom left, this is our debug menu. Where
there's the RD.
Here it's open, where you see all the next tools that are still being developed, but couldn't yet be put in the
Look
the
at that
interface
fog,
properly.
man.
So elevation tool, line of sight tool, that kind of thing, plus real debugs that we're using for development.
And you were saying on the left-hand side,
that's
your purchase menu, because you were waiting for a specific moment where you actually start using it, right?
Well, not really. It's it's a long topic, so
Okay.
I wanted to go over the general
that makes sense.
idea.
You said this is made with the editor. You started as an editor, right? A game editor. That's how
That's how I entered in the video game world because myself I started making my own missions on Operation Flashpoints 20 years ago. That's how I started creating things with video games, and I never stopped then. And now, that's why I want to offer to new people, to new players, the same tool that I used to start to express my creativity.
Anti-aircraft.
Yep. I think, I really hope to help a new generation of video game designers with these tools. So,
that's really cool. I mean, one of the things I would stress again is that this is alpha, so what you see is what is the actual state of development now. But
that looks really good for alpha.
Of things missing,
that's so pog, dude.
When I watch the video myself, I only see the bugs, and some of them are already corrected. Like we recently added some effects when the helicopter are crashing, like the tail rotor in flames with the black smoke explosion the video was recorded 2 weeks ago, so at one point you have to stop because the game is always improving every week. It's for me. It's like, we already corrected that. If only this show was 2 weeks later, this would have been so much better. But it's a never-ending story.
Absolutely, no. It's great that we can actually see this because I don't know what the comments are in the chat right now, and I wish I could read what people are saying. But when I see Broken Arrow and when I see the stuff you send over. I can really see that you've got an eye for, making things happen at the same time. Make them look.
I want to see how the naval landings are going to work.
You're hiding what is missing very, very, very well here, but still show a lot of what the game is going to be about.
What is interesting for the players, I think, they didn't see until now is really the scale. The scale of the game. Some people are expecting, because we say tactic strategy, it's a bit people don't know what we're talking about. Some of them expect
that's a lot
a game where it's about controlling soldiers one by one, window by window in the city. Some of them expect something like a global strategy where you manage the resources of your country. So the advantage of this video is that it will help people visualize more the scale that we've chosen for the game, the distance of engagement. For instance, these tanks, they are shooting over more than 1 kilometer. You have artillery. These things, they will help people visualize.
And the maps are likely pretty large.
We had
especially with helicopters and stuff and aircraft.
On Discord. How is it gonna be? So here it is. That gives you a better understanding of that.
When we're saying we're alpha right now, when is it that you think the game is going to hit beta? And I'm not asking when the game's releasing because you don't like that question.
I don't like any question about delay. Whatever. No, the beta. Generally, here we are at a stage where the game can be shown. The next step is, of course, the moment where the game is ready to be played. when we
Tomorrow.
have erased enough bugs that people won't crash too much, when we have balanced things in a way that allow people to enjoy the feeling of the game and not just stumble upon all the placeholder values that we've put everywhere. Because at the moment when we integrate units, it's like, okay, copy paste the tanks next to it, change the name, change the 3D model. Okay, next tank. That's the way you integrate things in a development.
Well, tell us, Q2, Q3 for beta, Q2 probably?
Well, probably Q2 for the beta. Generally, that's it. It's when we hope to receive from the player comments on the feeling of the game when they play it, and not when they see it crash or when they see mistakes. You see, so it's the moment when you're in the development. At one point, you stop seeing the problems because you're too much involved. And that's the moment where you need an outside view of your game, an outside criticism that tells you this is wrong, this is right, I want this, not this. And until now, we haven't reached this moment because we already see our own problems. Like, okay, this is missing, this is too much, this is too long, this is too short. So it's too early for them.
Absolutely. So, as I said at the beginning, if you want to keep up to date on the game development, join the Discord. It's already very active, and there's a lot of people in there. But join the Discord because it's a great way of keeping up to date on what.
I hope the cities get a ton of detail, so that way,
is there anything
when you
else
blow
you
up
would
stuff,
like to
trash
add at this
cans
point,
and fences and
Felix,
park benches go everywhere.
Well, I really think we will receive a tons of comments from the community. Of course, positive and negatives, they are very welcome because they help us progress. They give us a barometer of our progress, and I'm pretty sure we will receive so many comments that this will be new material for us to work. And we will, now that we have clearer picture, we will be able to talk more precisely with people about what they would like, what they don't want to see.
Yeah, and I think that, remember, guys, I started this show 4 hours ago with the idea of, this is a show for the community. Still Balalaika is a Broken Arrow was a community project that started as as someone from a community, trying to do their own thing. So. It's a perfect, closure for to finish this with Broken Arrow, because it's really coming to giving you the idea of what we're trying to communicate here. That community is a vital part of everything we do, and of course, the feedback you're going to receive is going to be a vital part of the success of the product.
It will always be respected because that's where the game came from. So. We are not above the mass.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Felix. This has been amazing. We're still seeing stuff about the game. Felix has come here with a load of materials, and almost like Santa Claus and the presents. So thanks for
Rangers all the way.
Thanks for showing us the game. It's been exciting. We are going to move to the next phase now.
Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
Some big secret coming, chat.
Bye. And okay, well, I guess that
new announcement.
I would like to see what the guys out there are saying about the game, because
I'm excited, and I want to see more
every week, and I am able to read the comments in the chat, and this is getting me the excitement. So without this, I feel a bit blind, but I hope that you guys out there are enjoying this. We have one
that was a massive info dump
of game to show you.
Secret new game.
We closed the Home Over Gamers event with a last trailer that was Stargate, and when that started, when the trailer started, I ran to the screen in the back to see what people were saying about us announcing Stargate, and it was like a wealth of whoo ha whoo, and so for this one, we wanted to sort of do it in a different way.
Any guesses what it's going to be, boys? I know what it is.
Without an after the teaser moment. So don't leave us after the teaser is finished, because we're going to be back in the main stage with
Any guesses on the new
Mark,
game?
from Epsom. Hopefully he's not going to be naked, as hinted before, and he is going to talk us through about this game. So let me introduce you to this last
hope it has
teaser
guns?
trailer. 5, 4,
It has robots.
3, 2, 1.
And they don't like
go.
humans. Woo! Amen, brother. A pile of skulls in a futuristic world. What? Terminator, Dark Fate, Defiance. Oh, damn.
It's probably the most exciting
A Terminator strategy game?
trailer
What?
I've made over the last 20 plus years of
I've never thought we would see a
career in the
Terminator
industry. I am
strategy game.
so happy to announce that we're developing a Terminator, a Dark Fate strategy game, and to talk about it,
That's going to be badass.
With me, Mark Hardesty from Epsom. Is joined by Ian McNeil as well, who's going to wrap things up with me later. Mark, Ian, this is Terminator Dark Fate Defiance.
I hope.
Mark, you're the producer.
I
of the
hope
game.
it's like how Star Wars,
and
Starship
Terminator
Troopers.
Dark Fate Defiance, yeah.
How
real-time strategy?
Yeah, real-time strategy. Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly excited. I mean, this is the first time that the Terminator franchise has gone into sort of real-time strategy game. There's been nothing like this before, even after so many years.
True.
So it's so exciting. I mean, it's working on an IP that myself and just about everybody sort of has grown up with. So it's incredibly exciting, isn't it?
It is. Just want to tell everyone about it. It's been quite hard not to go and shout about it.
Yeah. I mean, the game, it's real-time strategy. It's like a focus on combat.
Pog.
There's no base building whatsoever. There's a lot of narrative. There's a lot of story. The story's been sort of helped along the way with a lot of feedback from Skydance, who obviously own the property. The core is fighting, sort of moving kind of units again from mission to mission that you sort of push through.
Terminator strategy
There's
game.
obviously a lot of Terminators that you're sort of facing.
I'm just thinking like what it could be like.
You play an offshoot from a faction called the Founders, which are kind of the sort of what the US Army was after Judgment Day. And on this storyline that you go through over these missions, you meet various factions, you meet the Resistance, obviously, you meet various cartels of humans, but obviously there's this wall of Terminators. It's the Dark Fate universe, so it is Legion that you're treating, and so there's a lot of the standard that you'd expect, the kind of the sort of bipedal Terminator units. You've got hunter-killer aerial units. You've got large HK tanks. So you're facing off against. It's like it's quite gritty. It's hard, but then the devs have only just put in the difficulty level, so we now have an easy mode in a build we literally got a couple of days ago. But it's great, yeah. You
spent about a month trying to finish the second mission at one point, didn't you?
There was a mission that was killing me, yes, yeah. But it's like so exciting, and I mean, there's obviously the teaser trailer that we've shown. I don't know if we're allowed to show any of the gameplay at all.
Come on, show gameplay.
I think we're going to probably, the teaser trailer hinted about Oklahoma City. The game is set in the southern U.S., north of Mexico area. In the first, that's the Future Wars. So we've got a clip, 1 minute clip of we call a flyby.
Here we go.
Shows some action happening.
Now we get to see what kind of game it is. Come on, baby.
Take a look.
Promising. Ooh. It looks like World in Conflict. Oh, that's awesome, dude. World in Conflict Terminator. Oh, that's big. Yep. Or like Men of War. Amen, brother. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's perfect.
That was some action.
Yep.
A lot going on.
Yep. Yep.
Before, but there's just so much happening. You
That's
can't
good.
Follow everything. You need to watch it through a few times to really pick it all up.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
That looks good.
It's so.
We try to stick with a lot of the aesthetics of the sort of the
Big Pog
Terminator movies. So the city, there was obviously a destroyed city, which is your classic Terminator.
Yep.
But in the game, we do travel to vastly diverse environments. So anywhere from sort of forest.
So that looks like Men of War / Call to Arms with a little bit of like
through to kind of
World in Conflict
there's
in there.
Even like suburbia that you're moving through. Destroyed suburbia.
That looks great. I hope we get to play as both factions.
There's different places you're kind of seeing, which is quite different.
One of the things that
franchise as well.
we were talking about on Stargate and on Starship Troopers and other games as well, is this idea of being story driven, and Terminator Dark Fate Defiance is very much of a story driven RTS, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, each mission has various branches.
I'm excited for
Depending
this.
on the factions, you might find a mission level where there's 3 human factions at play, and also
This is very exciting.
Terminators. And depending how you play the factions, some of them might be marauders that you can team up with to get better equipment. Some of them might be resistance that may give you a little bit more manpower, but they've got they're more sort of trucks that sort of got armor strapped to them with sort of guns strapped to the back of them. Or you might be sort of moving more with the founders. They're sort of slightly high tech. They've got sort of pulse weaponry going as well. And depending on who you kind of side with on each mission, kind of does dictate how the path goes for each mission. So yeah.
How many missions are we talking about in the game? What's the scope?
Yeah, sure. We've got 13 missions in the single player campaign, and they run from kind of 2 hours plus to play. And again, as I sort of say, it depends who you side with, how that can end up.
Multiple endings.
Replay and get a fairly different feel of game.
Oh, that's cool.
As you play through those.
One of the things I heard many times in the previous internal presentations we've done is that your objectives at the beginning of the mission are probably not the real objective that you'll end up playing for towards the end of the mission, and that's how story driven the game is.
That's right. Yeah, I mean the Oklahoma level, that is the only level we're showing today. That starts off. You're sort of going to Oklahoma. You know that there is a Legion force somewhere, but you're looking for survivors in the sort of the destroyed city, and it ends up with a huge Legion underground base being uncovered as you sort of play through it. That obviously you have to try and take out, and again, I mean that changes. Every single mission is very different. It's kind of there are Legion convoys. I don't really want to spoil the story or what we've got in here.
Yeah.
Really.
Well,
I'm scared to say anything because I'm not sure what we're allowed to say and what we're not allowed to say.
One of the things we said a lot about single player, or just what we could about single player. But the game is also going to be skirmish and multiplayer.
Hey, there we go.
Yep. So
nice.
Skirmish. We've got 1v1 skirmish and multiplayer.
That's cool.
2v1 and 2v2, and you can choose different factions. So you can play Founders, which, as I say, is sort of military hardware. You can play Resistance, which is your trucks and transit vans that are sort of. You've even got kind of these huge diggers pulling kind of weaponry, huge kind of artillery units. And of course, you have Legion as well, so you can also play as the Terminators.
Yeah.
There are
Hell
there
yeah,
are new
brother.
units that you'll be seeing. There'll be sort of
011001 in chat, brother.
So
Amen.
it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun, and I have to say, of course, that as someone.
So you
might
can
have
play as
noticed,
the Terminators
from the
too.
TV
That's
trailer,
sweet.
The game is in development at Cats Who Play.
That's badass.
They are an
That is
incredibly
awesome.
talented team, and because they are an incredibly talented team, Mark, they have sent us a playthrough of some bits of the Oklahoma City mission.
Have they? Oh, that's good.
Stuff that you haven't been able to see because you weren't able to actually reach that point in the mission.
Wow, no, I've never got that far.
So remember that bridge at the end of the flyby. You'll be seeing the game in action just right there now.
Wait, what? More footage! Oh my god, yes. ATGMs looks like more modern, modernized Abrams, maybe? Or modified ones. Oh, this looks badass. Protect the hackers, connect the hackers to the factory network, contact with Ranger HQ, arrange evacuation of a reconnaissance group. Crossing over the highway now. Obviously lacking a lot of like voice acting and stuff, but I think, you know, music and yeah, this definitely looks like World in Conflict to me. Yeah, I would say this looks more World in Conflict than actually Men of War or Call to Arms, but man, this looks amazing. Look at the destruction. I mean, it's already post-apocalyptic, so... Dude, you know what we need? We need a Mad Max game like this. We need a Mad Max real-time strategy game. With the War Boys, the War Rig. Hell yeah, brother. Is that a mortar unit there? Yeah, oh, it looks like there's supply. There's like a supply... In the unit list there, it looks like there's a supply vehicle, so you got to keep your vehicles supplied too. So it's a little more tactical than just send in tank, send in tank, send in tank. Oh, hell yeah. AA took out a drone, hell yeah. I see medium tanks, main battle tanks, anti-aircraft systems. That looks fantastic.
I guess, who was expecting this today?
Well, I was, because
weren't.
I saw it. I saw it on the list.
That's pretty exciting, is it, guys? Ian, we have...
It looks awesome.
Yeah.
We have gone through
This is
quite
going to
a
be
lot
cool.
today.
Wow.
I guess, 4 hours of announcements and things. What does it leave, to you? I mean, you are guiding the company into the next phase. I guess, the tools are here to make it pretty successful.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some amazing games coming through. Just see the reaction in the chat. You haven't really been able to see it, but we've been seeing what people are saying. The excitement levels on some of the games are enormous. We're getting clearly, I don't know if we can say how many people were watching, but some of the stats we were seeing earlier were incredible about how many people are watching these streams. So yeah, the target is to reach out to new audiences. The games are getting better. You can see quality, the engagement. It's really exciting. Just some great things coming through.
Very excited about that Terminator game, dude.
Thank you, Mark, for joining us again for announcement of Terminator Dark Fate.
Yeah, that looked to be
Defiance.
Resistance Forces
I
versus Legion,
I can see
aka robots.
some new adventure starts today with this announcement. It's a truly incredible game that we've got in house. We've got just a few seconds left, so I'm going to say goodbye to. Do you want to say something more, Ian?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Marco, huge thanks to you and everyone there. The amount of effort it took to organise this is incredible. This is not something you throw together in a few days. It's taken weeks or months of planning, and the amount of sheets and planning boards and just the organisation it's taken to organise all of this, it's incredible. So huge thank you to you and the rest of the team and everyone that helped out here and in Italy to get this all sorted, and all the developers, obviously, who worked with us to provide all the materials. It's been a huge effort by everybody.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the development teams especially, they have to drop, sometimes they have to drop what they're doing and just focus on something else. And sometimes it's not their, cup of tea. They have not, been thinking about it. They didn't plan to do this. So a huge thanks goes out to the developers who have helped us immensely in putting this together, the producers. I am going to now say goodbye to Epsom for now, and I'm going to join my colleagues back in the community room for a final goodbye. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ian. Thank you,
back
David,
to the community
Leo,
room, boys.
Danny,
You know what that
everyone who
means.
joined us from Epsom.
We got fire coming.
Really hope to see you soon.
How big's the fire going to be, boys? Is it going to be lit? Is it going to be lit AF? Let's see.
Broadcasted live on Twitch, you might be successful.
Here comes the fire.
Thank you. Bye.
Back to the sweat lounge.
Okay, let me join the guys in the community room now, and
here we
for a final
go.
goodbye.
Okay, I gotta say, I did not know much about that term. I didn't until last night. I didn't really see that Terminator game. That is, I need to see a lot more of that. That Terminator game jumped up to the top, because that's like, man, that's
Hey guys.
everything.
Yeah? Adriana, come here.
A lot of games
She
that I
wasn't gonna
saw.
come. She's shy. She's shy. She's shy. And Bruno, our director, who's behind the scenes, come in. Thanks, guys, for joining us. I really wanted to give some praise to this fantastic team who helped put everything together. It's been countless hours and weekends and things. So make sure that you give a big round of applause to these
the
guys.
fire's off?
And to everyone out there, thanks for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the show. And, come to see us tomorrow at tea time at 4 p.m. UK time, where we're going to answer a part of your questions, if you've got some, I guess. And we've got half an hour with you. Make sure that you join us there. Bye.
Bye. Good job, boys. Well, I didn't mean that one. There we go. I meant that one. Okay, well, there's going to be a hell of a lot to unpack here from Slytherin. As some of you were mentioning, this company used to just make games that look like you were playing a digital board game. It was just a bunch of numbers on a spreadsheet, and they're definitely staying true to that with some of the games we saw earlier. Like, for example, the Flashpoint. I forget what was Southern Missions or whatever it was. But they're also... This company's ready to shift it into the next gear. They're ready, dude. All of those years and years and years of making all of these, like, Grav Team Tactics games and all these games that were like a little... They were definitely clunky games, but they stayed true to their nature and being, like, more about, like, the... It wasn't necessarily about the graphics or about the... It was about it being a good game with either good animations or good, like, just like a good interactive experience between you and the system that they set up. And so, like, for example, that Headquarters World War II game, Headquarters World War II looked like, like they were bringing up from the board game style stuff, like what we saw with the, what was it, Victory and Valor, that board game style game. A lot of those turn-based games just feel like glorified board games, which are good, and there's a huge market for it with, like, XCOM. XCOM, you could consider that to be just a dice roll game. You could play a board game of that, but I've got to say, the big takeaway for me here, the games that I want to see the most, that I think are going to be amazing for this company, have got to be Broken Arrow, that new Terminator game that dropped out of nowhere, of course, Starship Troopers coming, and then the Naval Warfare game. Modern naval warfare, which seems like it's going to be awesome to start as submarines, and I hope later on we get to be as like destroyers and cruisers and operate entire fleets. But this is impressive. I think for what I thought was kind of more of a quieter, smaller company, which they were, they've been saving and strategizing for a long time, and they're an underdog. Like, they kind of came out of nowhere with this big like drop kick of having a bunch of content creators supporting them and doing this. And a lot of these games are not really my cup of tea, but I want to see them succeed, and I respect those like smaller communities for that type of stuff. Like the one Flashpoint game, that's going to take like, that's like somebody who would be in like the CIA or the Department of Defense, or somebody who really likes to read a lot about military like armor values and stuff. But I'm more of the flashier gamer. Like, I want to see all of that stuff in action in Broken Arrow. And what's cool is it's like you can have your cake and eat it too, actually, because like if you like the board game style games, that's there. But if you like the big art-driven explosion ones, that's there too. And then they've also got into some franchises like Starship Troopers. That's a big franchise. They got into Stargate, which is a big, TV series. And then they got into Terminator. Well, hell, now the next thing I want to see from them is like a Mad Max thing. And yeah, it's good to see. Yeah, they're really, really good with strategy. I mean, of course, we got Eugen coming through with Wargame Red Dragon and stuff years ago, but Slytherin is just like slithering into the next level. Good for them, dude. It's good to see that these guys are nerds. Like, you can tell that they're here to make a living, and they're here to make a good game, but they're not here to like make an incredible amount of like just drowned out microtransaction garbage, Like, I would say a different one level away from Slytherin is probably like Paradox, where it's like there's a lot of DLCs and there's kind of a lot of stuff behind paywalls. But with the Paradox stuff, if you access on any of those Paradox games like City Skylines, buying any of the DLCs from City Skylines gives you access to an incredible amount of mods. So you're actually, like, you might think, oh, this DLC is $20. Yeah, but the amount of mods you get for it for free, basically, is there. But with this, it's like you get what you pay for. Like Slytherin is just like, oh, hey, we're adding, like they did with some of the earlier games that we saw, like Panzer Corps. They're adding like 3 new missions just because, hey, we made some more missions and all that. But that's what really has got me hyped for Broken Arrow, dude, is the on-the-fly mission editor that you can do within the game. I hope we get that with Terminator. These types of events are really horrible for me because I come out with more questions than I do answers. Except for the Terminator thing, they answered a few of them, which was like, do we get to play as the robots? Do we get to play as the robots? Do we get to play as the robots? Yes, you do. Yeah, they love their work. Yeah, they just want to make a good quality product, but they realize they're on a budget, and it's not always going to be flashy, and their marketing isn't there, but they keep fighting, dude. They seem to keep trying to just put out games that they know. Well, I mean, they don't seem to have ever abandoned their fan base. Like, I've seen 3 billion of those Cold War games. What was that again? Tactics. Like, they've made a ton of those, and they just kind of keep making more and more and more. And they're not overly expensive, but yet they seem to be like little parts. Like, you can, they make like 15 of these games in a series. You buy the ones that you like. Don't buy the ones that you're not really interested in, and you don't have to spend $60. You just spend like 20 here, 30 there, and whatever, and it probably adds up to be more. But that's kind of cool. I like the fact that and they've even made the War in the East, that type of thing. That's nothing from this game coming soon, but yeah. Well, that's cool. Like, look at that. There's another. Is this? Yeah. Look at So this is an example of something that's like resident sleeper for me, like a massive spreadsheet of information and data. It's like, this would be painful for me to play because I don't have that kind of attention span. However, we are getting to the point where these types of games are blending nicely, where it's like Hearts of Iron, for example, is a game that has combined these types of things with also action. So you're getting people who are starting to sway more into like the more, they don't really care so much about like maybe the animation and all the DLCs, and they just want to play a game like this. It's great. Like these big games like Hearts of Iron are starting to get people into like, oh, what is this Panzer Corps game? And then eventually they stumble upon Slytherin games. Next thing you know, they go from Hearts of Iron to Panzer Corps 2 to that now they're into Broken Arrow, or they're checking out the Terminator game. So that's pretty damn good. Well, like the guy from Broken Arrow said that, like, he literally just got into making Broken Arrow because he was just modifying other types of games and stuff and making his own missions. So he decided to make his own game because he wanted to make his own mission, which is true because, with Wargame, that was one of the problems with Wargame is that, we want to be able to make our own campaign in Wargame, but we can't. So, maybe one day we'll see another Wargame, maybe, but for now we'll have Broken Arrow, which is coming out into the beta next year, and we got the Terminator game. These franchises of Stargate, Terminator, Starship Trooper, and Broken Arrow are big. These are going to be very expensive to make for them, and they're rolling that dice. But I think they're going to have some big wins, and I hope these games succeed. I hope the 4 that I just mentioned do really well, including the naval warfare game, so that way we get another big contender in the strategy simulation department. And I hope that means that there's more competition, which means more innovation, which means more games for us to choose from, and hopefully, even if they become more expensive, hopefully we get way more features like VR and multiplayer, which is what we saw from the modern naval warfare game, and I'm really excited. There's some big stuff coming, and that's just awesome. So, man, well. So later from me, guys, this week, I'm going to be dropping trailers for all those. The Terminator game I saw last night, and I wasn't able to show any of the footage. I didn't even look at it. They sent it to me, and they were like, here, make a video on it. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to just react to it live and see if it's good. Delightfully surprised. The Stargate game I thought was going to be XCOM. Actually turned out to be more like Commandos. That's awesome. When they announced the Terminator game, I was like, oh boy, this is going to be... Actually, I didn't even know what to think about that one, but I was delighted to see that it was more like, I was thinking it was going to be more like the Starship Troopers game with like just large waves of like troops, but it looks to me more strategic in terms of like, looking a little bit more like World in Conflict or something like that. So there you go. Good stuff. All right, guys, that's going to be it for me for our AM stream. I'll be back a little bit later. Slytherin, by the way, you guys can find them on Steam. Just look for Slytherin LTD. They make an incredible a range of games from just like massive spreadsheet games and data and like DoD type stuff all the way to big, hopefully, I really want them to have some big wins in so we can have yet another company in there that we love. It's going to be awesome. So I'll be checking out more of their games next year when betas are available. Hopefully I can get you guys some keys and stuff too. We'll do some more giveaways and such in the Discord. Today's stream was sponsored by them. I wanted to mention that more, but there was certainly a lot of info, a massive info dump today. So thanks to Slytherin for sponsoring today's stream. You can find out more about them in the description and or just search Steam for any of the games you may have seen today, including Distant Worlds 2, Starship Troopers Terran Command, Panzer Corps 2, Field of Glory 2, Valor and Victory, Warhammer 40k, Flashpoint campaigns for Southern Storms. Storm was the name of the one game that I mentioned earlier. And then the drops for Stargate Timekeepers, Broken Arrow, and the Terminator game, which was awesome. As well as the Naval Warfare game, which really was a nice one too. Me too. I want to play that with Jerry, since he's a smart Navy guy. So, all right, you guys, love you very much. Thank you very much for all the support. Slytherin, thank you very much for reaching out repeatedly to ask me to do the stream. I was very busy and I didn't know if I could do it. And thank you very much to Paolo for being very patient and insistent that I keep checking it out. So thank you very much. Yes, we'll be doing a stream in about over an hour for Project Zomboid. That'll be cool. So anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks again to Slytherin for the opportunity, and I cannot wait to see these games. I hope they all succeed. I hope they're wonderful, and I hope you check them out. And I want more strategy games. Strategy is, unless something drops like Company of Heroes 3, not a lot of people just are like, strategy. Like they think of Company of Heroes or they think of XCOM, and it's like, dude, there's so much more to strategy that you're missing out on. But anyway, I'm out. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thanks for all the support, and I'll see you soon. Thanks for being an awesome audience today, too. It was awesome to have so many of you here. Hundreds and hundreds of people tuning in, And it's good to see other big names getting into Slytherin too. Very cool. Much love and much luck to them in their next endeavors. Can't wait to see what they do next, and I'll see you for our next stream soon.